Chapter 670. After Li Daochong and the cultivators of the Spirit Sea entered the spatial door, Xie Baoshan kept the jade token and the spatial door disappeared. Xie Baoshan let out a sigh of relief. The invisible pressure on his body disappeared, and he felt much more relaxed. The Ghost Kings of the Ghost Manor were all dumbfounded. My lord, we're going to let them go? The Fat Day traveler stuttered. My lord, we can't let these antiques of the Spirit Sea go. This is like letting a tiger back into the mountain. The seal of the endless mountain range has already loosened. When we attack the Spirit Sea in the future, there will be a huge obstacle. Yakinu said unwillingly. My lord, Ghost Emperor Dongfang wanted to say something, but stopped. Xie Baoshan sighed. All of you don't have to say anything. If we don't let them go today, our Ghost Manor will be gone. The Ghost Kings looked at Xie Baoshan in confusion. When had the high and mighty Ghost Kings ever been so cowardly? Xie Baoshan went silent for a while before saying, Did you guys really not feel it? That young cultivator just now had an irresistible pressure. That's the pressure of an upper-level cultivator. We can't afford to offend that person. Yakina wanted to say something, but Xie Baoshan raised his hand to stop her. Don't say anything. This lord's feeling won't be wrong. This lord couldn't even take a single blow from that young man. If we really angered him, all of you together wouldn't even be able to take a single blow from him. With that, Xie Baoshan entered the Ghost Manor. The gates of the Ghost Manor slowly closed. He had just taken a blow from Li Daochong and was actually injured. Right now, he needed a rest. Otherwise, there would be hidden injuries. The people of the Ghost Manor looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. When Xie Baoshan left, his back view was so weak. The invincible Ghost Lord in their hearts was actually scared. He was so scared. On the other side, after Li Daochong and the Spirit Sea cultivators stepped out of the space door, they sat on the willow leaf boat and sped towards the Spirit Sea at full speed. Li Daochong had gained a lot of spiritual qi from the battle in the Ghost Manor. It was just the right time to use it. The speed of the willow leaf boat increased under Li Daochong's control. The cultivators of the Spirit Sea didn't feel anything at first, but as the willow leaf boat got faster and faster, their expressions became more and more surprised. The whistling sounds in his ears became more intense. This kind of speed was something the cultivators of the spiritual sea had never experienced before. It was unbelievable. Fairy Julie stared blankly at Li Daochong's back as he stood at the front of the boat. This young cultivator had too many secrets. This person was like a guest from outer space. With someone guiding the way, there was naturally no need to take detours. In addition, Li Daochong was eager to find grass, so he did not mind the huge consumption caused by constantly accelerating. However, the vastness of the endless mountain range still exceeded Li Daochong's expectations. At this speed, they still hadn't reached the end after flying for a day and a night. The speed of the willow leaf boat had reached 20 times the speed of sound. The willow leaf boat was a one-time use Dharma treasure. After it was activated, it could only be used for 3 days. After that, the runes on it would disappear and the willow leaf boat would turn into an ordinary boat. Li Daochong was slightly anxious. If the willow leaf boat didn't fly out of the endless mountain range before the time limit was up, it would be difficult to increase the speed with so many people. Li Daochong was anxious to leave the endless mountain range. Other than finding spiritual herbs, he also needed to quickly heal Shabi. After another half a day, when the runes on the willow leaf boat gradually dimmed, the smell of the sea finally came from the front. Li Daochong accelerated again. Half an hour later, the end of the endless mountain range appeared in front of him. A transparent wall of light that connected heaven and earth appeared in front of him. Li Daochong's eyes moved slightly, but his heart beat violently. That transparent wall of light was a kind of seal. Just who was the one who created such a vast and exquisite seal? Just what kind of realm was this person at? Even Li Daochong couldn't guess. Was it a tribulation-passing cultivator? Senior, that wall of light is used to block the ghosts in the endless mountain range. Cultivators like us won't have any obstacles when entering or leaving. We could just fly over. King Luo Feng reminded. Li Daochong nodded slightly. The speed of the willow leaf boat didn't decrease. With a whoosh, it passed through the transparent wall of light. The light on the other side of the wall of light suddenly became stronger. It was no longer a dim and gray environment. There was sunlight, a beach, and a green island. Although the spiritual energy was still thin, there was no obvious death energy. Whoosh, whoosh. The waves below continued to hit the beach. Li Daocheng inadvertently turned to look at the transparent wall of light that connected heaven and earth. Just the vastness was not enough to shock Li Daocheng. According to the information he had obtained, this ceiling wall of light had existed for more than 2,000 years. It was simply inconceivable that it could still maintain its sealed state after such a long time. Was it really done by an immortal? Gainei Spiritual Island wasn't far from the endless mountain range. The willow leaf boat arrived after flying for an hour. Under the guidance of Fairy Jiuli, Li Daocheng flew in a certain direction. However, at this moment, Li Daocheng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly said, "Fairy, are you sure we're about to reach Gainei Spiritual Island?" Fairy Jiuli nodded with certainty. "Fellow Taoist, Jiu Lishan grew up here. It can't be wrong." Li Daocheng had a strange expression. "Is that so? Then your spiritual island is in trouble now." The cultivators of the Spirit Sea looked at Li Daocheng in confusion. They didn't know what he meant. Li Daocheng didn't explain. The speed of the willow leaf boat increased again. After a few minutes, everyone sensed that the aura field in front of them was chaotic. After a while, they could clearly see the flames and thick black smoke in front of them. The spiritual island of Gainei was right in front of them, but 1/3 of the island was burning with raging flames at the moment. When they got a little closer, they could see countless lizard men running about on the beach near the sea. Oh no, there's a gap in the barrier. The lizard men are attacking the spiritual island. King Luo Feng suddenly thought of something. When the cultivators of Gainei Spiritual Island on the willow leaf boat saw this scene, they were all shocked and angry. Their eyes turned red. The willow leaf boat gradually slowed down. It wasn't because of Li Daocheng, but because the runes on it had started to disappear. Li Daocheng could no longer maintain the speed of the willow leaf boat. Furthermore, it was slowing down very quickly. "Fellow Taoist, we didn't expect Gainei to be attacked. We can't receive you immediately. Wait for us to get rid of the invaders before you come to the island." Fairy Jiuli was anxious, but she didn't forget her manners. Li Daocheng didn't reply. He only nodded, and the willow leaf boat stopped. The cultivators of Gainei flew towards Gainei Spiritual Island under Fairy Jiuli's lead. Li Daocheng took out the shabi and was about to treat the little monkey. "Why aren't you going?" Li Daocheng asked as he checked the little monkey's injuries. Lu Mei stood to the side and didn't go with the other cultivators to Gainei Spiritual Island. Lu Mei replied honestly, "Daocheng, I'm not from here." Although the cultivators of Gainei Spiritual Island didn't do anything to me in the past year, they have been plotting something. They want to know where I came from. Also, the cultivation methods I have are incomparable to the cultivation methods we learn in the Shenghua Federation Cultivation Academy. Li Daocheng didn't say anything. The shabi's injuries didn't seem serious, but it was actually poisoned by the 9 hellfire. If Li Daocheng was at his peak, he could easily get rid of the fire poison. Unfortunately, he wasn't at his peak right now and could only remove the fire poison from the little monkey's body bit by bit. Spirit chi poured into the shabi's body. The little monkey twitched, and its uneven breathing soon stabilized. In the depths of Gainei Spiritual Island, Huling was hiding in the crown of a towering tree. Her large, charming eyes were looking down below. Her aura had completely disappeared. Under the towering tree, a young man was napping with a long sword in his arms. Huling, I had been following this young man for half a year. Previously, she had been neither close nor distant. It wasn't until the transparent wall of the endless mountain range broke open and the young man left that Huling finally locked onto his movements. Chapter 671. After Huling was released by Li Daocheng, she did not leave the Blue Bay Star. Instead, She tried to enter the space crack under the Heavenly Palace clubhouse. She entered a little earlier than Li Daocheng. Hu Ling was born with the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the demon race, but this task was too far out of her reach. However, as a descendant of the demon race's royal bloodline, Hu Ling had no other choice. Hu Ling, Er's birth mother, was the last nine-tailed fox of the fox demon race. She had a demon jade passed down from the ancient demon race. Hu Ling, passed it to her when she grew up, but her mother died prematurely because of the shattering of her demon core. For 200 years, Hu Ling tried to find the demon vein. The demon jade was a compass to find the demon vein. After 200 years, Hu Ling almost gave up. The targets she chose were all borderline cultivation planets or dead stars. Until 3 years ago, when she came to the Blue Bay star, the demon jade suddenly had a huge reaction. Following the instructions of the demon jade, Hu Ling came hundreds of meters below the Heavenly Palace clubhouse. As she approached the unstable space, the demon jade became hot. This was a sign that the demon vein had been discovered. Then, Hu Ling controlled the Blood Ape King to lay out the layout, ready to pass through the space crack after it was fully formed. With the guidance of the demon jade, Hu Ling was sure that the demon vein was here. However, Hu Ling did not expect that the Blood Knife Society would be destroyed by a strange young man. Until now, Hu Ling had not completely accepted this fact. The Blood Knife Society was one of the 3 underground forces in the Shenhua Federation. However, Hu Ling did not feel bad about the Blood Knife Society being destroyed. She had joined this organization halfway through. However, Hu Ling's tools were gone. At that time, the space crack had already opened. She had no more time to find help. She could only pass through the space crack alone and come to this land. However, after more than a year of investigation, Hu Ling still did not find the demon vein. The so-called demon vein was the inheritance seed left behind when the demon race was invaded by the Hades. To put it bluntly, it was tens of thousands of demon eggs, covering almost all the main races of the demon race. These demon eggs were properly sealed and would not change even after tens of thousands of years. Once they reappeared, as long as they were incubated according to the correct method, the orthodox descendants of the demon clan would be born. Hu Ling never thought that she would be able to find the demonic vein. Ever since she was old enough to understand things, her mother would often tell her about the demonic vein. In her opinion, the land of the demon clan had long been swallowed up by the Hades. After so many years, it was impossible for there to be an intact place. The demon vein had probably been discovered by the Hades a long time ago, and those demon eggs had become a delicious meal. It would be a waste not to eat them, and it would be a waste to eat them. Following her mother to wander the world for decades, Hu Ling had experienced many things and learned many things. Hu Ling and her mother held the opposite view of revitalizing the demi-human race. She had already given up. If her mother had not died so tragically, Hu Ling might not have been able to inherit her mother's will. For 200 years, rather than saying that Hu Ling was searching for the demonic vein, it was better to say that she felt guilty towards her mother and lived under her mother's will. After all, if she hadn't been greedy and used the art of seduction to provoke people she shouldn't have, her mother's demon core wouldn't have been shattered, and she wouldn't have died prematurely. After all, the demon clan had very long lifespans. Even if their cultivation wasn't high, they could live for a very, very long time. It wasn't until the demon jade reacted that Hu Ling truly had the idea and hope of revitalizing the demon clan. After Hu Ling arrived, the demon jade's reaction became even more intense, indicating that she had been searching in the right direction all these years. Now, she had finally found the location where the demon clan had sealed the demonic vein. However, this strange cultivation planet was ridiculously large, larger than any cultivation planet she had ever been to. Presumably, this must have been an extremely important cultivation planet for the demon clan. It was just that there was no way to investigate the planet's history. When Hu Ling arrived, she discovered that her strength could sweep through almost everything. Whether it was the cultivators, dark ghosts, or ghost beasts, they were all pitifully weak and couldn't be compared to the outside world. Clearly, because it had been sealed for too long, this place was completely out of touch with the outside world. Of course, it fell behind. Hu Ling had been searching for the demonic vein in the endless mountain range, but no matter where she went, the demon jade's reaction remained the same. As a result, Hu Ling couldn't determine whether she was close or far from the demonic vein. Before Hu Ling left the endless mountain range, she saved a group of cultivators. Because she killed a few very powerful Ghost King in seconds, these cultivators regarded her as an exalted immortal. Hu Ling had an idea and beat them at their own game. She calmly accepted the title of exalted immortal and left the endless mountain range with the group of cultivators to the Spirit Sea. Hu Ling was at the peak of the Jin Dan mid-stage, and with her nine-tail bloodline, her strength in the outside world was about the same as a peak Jin Dan cultivator. When she arrived at the Spirit Sea, Hu Ling quickly discovered that although the spirit chi here was barren, it was very suitable for the demon clan to cultivate. The spiritual herbs here were very old, and most of them were demon herbs. Below the Spirit Sea, there was a demon essence pool condensed from demon chi. Hu Ling only used 3 months to break through the bottleneck that she couldn't break through in the outside world. She broke through 2 small realms consecutively and reached the peak of the Jin Dan. Her demon core had more than tripled in size. This caused her strength to increase greatly. She was already very strong in this world, so wouldn't she be invincible after breaking through? However, the increase in strength didn't give Hu Ling any advantage in searching for the demonic vein. In such a large cultivation planet, her peak Jin Dan was far from reaching the point where her spiritual force could cover the entire planet. In fact, she might not even be able to cover 1/1000th of it. The space here was extremely unstable, and the power of laws was chaotic. It was a disorderly space, just like when the universe was first created. Everything was in a state of chaos. The range and sensitivity of her spiritual forces coverage were far inferior to the outside world. Of course, Hu Ling had inherited the fine traditions of the Nine-Tailed tribe. Not only was she enchanting, but she was also shrewd and intelligent. Hu Ling knew that she couldn't do it alone, so she used the Spirit Sea cultivators to spread out and search. Hu Ling also discovered that most of the Spirit Sea cultivators had demon blood in them. However, after so many generations, they were no longer pure demon blood. Hu Ling didn't completely fool the Spirit Sea cultivators. She would also enter the Endless Mountain Range to hunt the powerful dark ghosts so that the Spirit Sea cultivators could better act after entering the Endless Mountain Range. Hu Ling naturally wouldn't tell the Spirit Sea cultivators about the demonic vein. She only changed the Spirit Sea cultivators' point of view from defense to offense. She soaked the demon jade in the spring of Jia Ni Ling Island. The cultivators who drank the spring water for a long time would have traces of the demon jade in their bodies. If these cultivators approached the demonic vein, there would be some changes. Hu Ling would be able to sense it immediately. However, more than a year had passed, and there were at least 8,000 Jianai cultivators who had entered the Endless Mountain Range. They covered a large area, but they still couldn't find the demonic vein. Until 3 months ago, when Hu Ling entered the Endless Mountain Range alone and discovered that the seals sealing the mountain range had loosened. Then, Hu Ling entered from the loosened area. Half a month later, the demon jade in her arms had a stronger reaction for the first time. Hu Ling caught an unfamiliar aura. The demon jade's reaction had a lot to do with this aura. Hu Ling followed it all the way. When this aura disappeared into the distance, the demon jade would calm down. When she approached this aura, the demon jade would become extremely excited and shake violently. It would even burn red. Hu Ling didn't know why the demon jade was like this. At this moment, Hu Ling looked down at the unfamiliar young man below. A trace of confusion flashed across her beautiful face. This person's aura was neither human, demon, nor ghost. It seemed to be both. Do I look good? Just as Hu Ling was thinking, The young man, sitting below holding a long sword, said lightly. This towering tree was hundreds of meters tall. Standing at the top of the tree, Hulinger was at least 300 meters away from the young man. However, this voice seemed to ring in her ears. Chapter 672. In the void 50 kilometers north of Gainei, Spiritual Island, Li Daochong was sitting cross-legged on the willow leaf boat, healing the Shabi. Lu Mei was protecting him. In fact, with Li Daochong's strength, he didn't need any protection. Lu Mei didn't want to leave, and Li Daochong couldn't drive her away, so he could only let her be. The Shabi's injuries were mainly on the surface and the fire poison. Li Daochong's spirit energy was pure and solid, so he was the best choice to deal with the fire poison. Because Li Daochong was poisoned, his cultivation was maintained at the middle stage of the Jindan realm, so the treatment process was relatively slow. About half an hour later, the Shabi slowly opened its eyes and looked at Li Daochong with a pair of big eyes. The Shabi that had just woken up was obviously in a state of confusion, and it took a few seconds to recover. The little monkey made a squeaking sound and then looked down at its body. The burned parts had recovered. At the same time, the battle on Gainei Spiritual Island was even more intense. After the old cultivators that Li Daochong brought out of the ghost mansion joined the battle, it didn't seem to change anything. Li Daochong put down the Shabi and looked in the direction of Gainei Spiritual Island. Most of his attention was on the little monkey just now. At this moment, Li Daochong sensed 3 unusual auras on Gainei Spiritual Island. One of them was a demonic aura that Li Daochong was familiar with. He was sure that it was Hulinger's. The other 2 auras were more strange. Li Daochong had never felt such an aura before. However, these 2 unfamiliar auras gave Li Daochong a great sense of threat. On Gainei Spiritual Island, nearly 100,000 lizardmen army quickly nibbled at every corner of the island. These lizardmen were led by hundreds of king of Kukui. This kind of combat power was enough to raise Gainei Spiritual Island to the ground. Originally, this was true. The hundreds of thousands of civilians and tens of thousands of cultivators on Gainei Spiritual Island couldn't resist the lizardmen army. However, just as everyone on Gainei Spiritual Island thought that the end of the world had arrived, Fairy Julie descended from the sky with a group of cultivators who had been missing for more than 10 days. As a result, the situation of the battle immediately changed. Fairy Julie and the other veteran cultivators were all Jindan cultivators and had solid foundations. In the face of the lizard army, the Guardian cultivators all displayed their abilities and unleashed their best magic treasures and ultimate moves. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of lizard men and a dozen king of Kukui that were charging at the front were annihilated. Gain City, which was on the brink of death, was suddenly filled with joy. As long as these cultivators were guarding the city, the lizard men would not be able to break through the city. At least, that was what the mortals thought. Fairy Julie, Granny In Huan, and the other cultivators did not take the lizard men and the king of Kukui seriously. Although their numbers were not small, whether it was in the cultivation world or the Hades, numbers were never the key to gaining an advantage, unless both sides were about the same level of strength. In that case, the side with more people would have the upper hand. However, once the difference in strength was overwhelming, numbers were useless. However, just as Fairy Julie was about to gather all the Foundation establishment cultivators for a counterattack, 3 tall lizard men covered in dark red scales appeared in the lizard army. Their auras were clearly different from the other lizard men. Other than the aura of death, there was also a faint demonic aura mixed in. Behind the 3 dark red lizard men floated a man in a dark red robe. Fairy Julie felt that something was strange. She used her divine sense, and her expression changed. Black Wind Valley actually produced a witch ghost. The other cultivators all sensed the witch ghost emitting from the man's body. Julie, that's not a witch ghost. It's a combination of the king of Kukui and the king lizard. It looks like a demon, but it's not a demon. It looks like a ghost, but it's not a ghost. I've seen it in an ancient book before. It's a ghost demon. Granny Inhuan's old face flashed with a hint of vigilance. Ghost demon? The Gain cultivators who heard Granny Yin Huan's words were all confused. This was the first time they had heard of this term. We underestimated Black Wind Valley, someone said. Fairy Julie stretched out her hand, and more than 10 flying swords flew out. She muttered a few words, and the flying swords immediately shot out like lightning. The lizardmen's scales turning dark red was a sign that they had advanced into king lizards. The 3 king lizards didn't care about the flying swords flying towards them and waved their hands to block them. The flying swords didn't even leave a mark on their arms. Fairy Julie's throat went dry. She turned to King Luo Feng and said, "Disciple, is the Qing Ji you took away still here?" King Luo Feng didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the Qing Ji fire spear and handed it to his master. King Luo Feng didn't have any pills on him, so the Qing Ji fire spear was useless in his hands. In addition, he couldn't display the Qing Ji fire spear's full power. Qi also took out the Qing Wan and returned it to Granny Yin Huan. Fairy Julie took the Qing Ji fire spear and immediately loaded a silver bullet of exorcism into the barrel. Her movements were smooth. She loaded the spear and aimed. A large amount of spirit energy surged out of her arm and gathered into the spirit magnetic gun in her hand without any pause. Bang! A ball of flame spewed out of the Qing Ji fire spear's mouth, and a silver light shot out. When the 3 king lizards saw the silver light, the calm expression on their faces disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a touch of panic. Ghost Demon Withered Ghost Lizard King suddenly shouted, and a shield made of dark red scales appeared in front of the 3 king lizards. Boom! The silver light hit the shield and made a huge roar. The scale shield was blasted apart. The silver light didn't completely disappear, but it was greatly weakened. "What a powerful silver bullet," Withered Ghost Lizard King murmured. Its dark red pupils revealed a look of surprise. One of the king lizards was hit and immediately flew back more than 10 meters away. However, the king lizard king soon got up from the ground. Its chest was scorched black and it suffered some superficial wounds, but it didn't lose its combat power. On the other side, Granny Yin Huan didn't stay idle. Her proficiency in using the Qing Wan was obviously not as good as Fairy Julie's Qing Ji fire spear. Although it was slow, it didn't waste any time. Granny Yin Huan was ready and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Silver flames spurted out. The King Lizard King of Kukui's expression changed, and dozens of tentacle-like things instantly extended from its back. They wove together at an astonishing speed, forming a shield that looked like it was woven from vines. Boom! The silver bullet hit the shield and made a huge roar again. But this time, the silver bullet failed to penetrate the shield made of tentacles. The withered Ghost King lizard's body trembled slightly, and it managed to block the spear. The surrounding Spirit Sea Realm cultivators were stunned when they saw this scene. The Qing Ji fire spear and Qing Wan they were so proud of couldn't hurt the opponent. Fairy Julie was about to reload again, but the 3 king lizards suddenly went berserk and turned into dark red lights that rushed toward Fairy Julie. The Spirit Sea spear was powerful, but it consumed very little energy. Naturally, it couldn't be used consecutively. Otherwise, the King Lizard King of Kukui wouldn't be able to withstand it. Over the years, the seal of the Endless Mountain Range had become weaker and weaker. Many nether ghosts could pass through the seal and enter the Spirit Sea. However, they didn't dare to attack the Gainei spiritual island. It wasn't that they were afraid of cultivators, but they were afraid of the Spirit Sea spear. This kind of spirit treasure weapon of unknown origin was very powerful and had very low requirements to use. Mortals could pick it up and pull the trigger. If used properly, it could kill a malicious ghost. The 3 king lizards were very fast. Before Fairy Julie could react, they had already closed in. Ugh! A cultivator looked down at his chest. He didn't know when, but a dark red lizard hand had pierced through his back and came out of his chest. The hand was holding his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The heart was still beating. The dark red lizard claw retracted, and the king lizard swallowed the heart in one gulp. The other cultivator didn't have any reaction and was torn in half. The third cultivator's head flew into the sky and rolled dozens of meters away. It was caught by a lizard man and eaten in 2 or 3 bites. This terrifying scene made many female cultivators turn their faces away. They couldn't bear to look at it. They couldn't help but vomit. Even some male cultivators couldn't stand it. Fairy Julie was furious. Damn beast. She raised the gun in her hand and was about to pull the trigger at one of the king lizards. But the moment she was about to pull the trigger, a tentacle as thick as a finger shot out like lightning and coiled around her hand. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull the trigger. The king lizard king looked at Fairy Julie with a hideous smile. Julie, long time no see. Fairy Julie gritted her teeth and glared at the king lizard king. She was puzzled at first, but she soon recognized it. It's you. You mutated in just 30 years? The king lizard king sneered. It's all thanks to that palm of yours. Ha! Otherwise, I wouldn't have mutated so quickly. Just as it finished speaking, a silver cane came smashing from the side. Granny Silver Ring saw that Fairy Julie was being controlled and wanted to save her. She swung the cane at the king lizard king's head. However, before the silver cane could fall, 3 tentacles shot out and intercepted the silver cane. No matter how hard Granny Silver Ring tried, the silver cane was fixed in place by the 3 tentacles and didn't move. Ha! Another tentacle flung out. As a veteran Gene Dan cultivator, Granny Silver Ring couldn't see the trajectory of the tentacles and was sent flying. She crashed through more than 10 trees before falling down. Granny Silver Ring spat out a mouthful of blood. She was already half dead. When the other cultivators saw this, they rushed forward. Sabers flashed, and swords flashed as they used all kinds of skills. But these seemingly powerful attacks were like child's play in front of the king lizard king. There were more than 100 tentacles that stretched out from its back. These tentacles were about as thick as a human finger. They could stretch and shrink freely and could be long or short. They were extremely fast and attacked like lightning. Not only that, these tentacles seemed to be alive. They had eyes and blocked all the attacks coming from all directions. The 17 cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island rushed forward, but they didn't even hurt the king lizard king. This kind of mutated ghost was far stronger than the withered ghost king of the same level. It was likely that it already had the strength of a soul-devouring ghost king. So, after releasing their attacks, the cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island looked at the king lizard king in disbelief. Suddenly, there was the sound of something piercing through the void like an arrow. But by the time they heard the sound, their chest had already been pierced by 1 or 2 tentacles. The speed of the tentacles was much faster than the speed of sound. 11 cultivators were instantly killed. Only a few of them barely managed to escape. In addition, there were 33 ordinary cultivators who suffered. With just 1 attack, 44 cultivators were killed. The cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island couldn't fight back at all. The king lizard king looked coldly at Fairy Julie. The barrier that seals the endless mountain range is about to disappear. Soon, the entire spirit sea will be filled with the aura of death. The ghosts in the endless mountain range will also rush to the spirit sea. When that time comes, it will be a real hell on earth. Today was just a rehearsal. Julie, hand over the jade pendant and I can let you live. Gainei is too close to the endless mountain range. It's too late. Bah, don't even think about it. Fairy Julie spat. You want to do this the hard way? Fine, I'll flatten the Gainei spiritual island today. As the king lizard king spoke, the tentacles behind him wantonly danced. He was about to start a massacre. Whoosh! Boom! At that moment, a figure fell from the void and smashed into the ground like a meteor. A huge crater appeared. A young man jumped out of the crater. Bah! The man wasn't injured. He spat out a mouthful of spittle mixed with dust. Then, a powerful demonic aura enveloped the area. A beautiful woman descended from the void. It was Uling who had disappeared from the Gainei spiritual island for several months. Immortal! Fairy Julie cried out. Chapter 673. When the cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island saw Uling they were shocked and the despair on their faces disappeared. Many female cultivators with fox demon blood even had tears in their eyes. Ever since Hu Ling appeared, the cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island all regarded her as a superior immortal. Hu Ling was different from Lu Mei. The latter had pure human blood, so the cultivators of the Spirit Sea realm had to be cautious. In fact, there were very few pure human cultivators in the entire Spirit Sea realm. 95% of them were mixed-blood descendants of humans and demons. Their blood had more or less demon blood. Also, the cultivators here were more inclined to think that they were descendants of demons rather than humans. In their historical records, demons were the orthodox race, and demon cultivators were the most powerful. It was also proven that the purer the demon blood, the easier it would be to cultivate and the more powerful it would be. However, because this place had been closed for too long, the people here didn't know that demons had a huge advantage in the early stage with their strong physical bodies. Under the Yuanying stage, human cultivators could hardly compete with demon cultivators. However, after the Yuanying stage, the situation would change. The biggest disadvantage of demon cultivators was that their cultivation would be slower as they progressed. Their strength would be confined at a certain stage, and it would be difficult to break through. After reaching the soul formation stage, human cultivators would have magical powers. No matter how strong their physical bodies were, they would not be so strong anymore. In this world, people didn't even know what the soul formation stage was. Yuanying stage was the peak here. Besides, there were very few Yuanying stage cultivators now. They were almost extinct. Therefore, in the eyes of the cultivators of the Spirit Sea realm, humans were inferior, mixed blood was intermediate, and demons were superior. The cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island would be cautious and investigate Lu Mei's background. Not only would Hu Ling not have any suspicion, but she would also be regarded as a descendant of demons in the ancient times. She was so powerful that she was regarded as a superior immortal. To the cultivators of the Spirit Sea realm, Hu Ling was undoubtedly one of them. Lu Mei was not. Therefore, these two people from the Shanghua Federation were in completely different situations. Of course, the root cause of all this was strength. Lu Mei was too weak. Just like how Li Daochong was not a mixed blood, neither was he a demon. Like Lu Mei, he was a pure human. However, the group of cultivators guarding Gainei Spirit Island did not dare to show any disrespect to Li Daochong. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, they would never dare to say it out loud. They still had to treat Li Daochong as a mighty immortal. In the end, strength was king. The withered ghost lizard king, who was about to start a massacre, revealed a hint of confusion on its ferocious half-human, half-lizard face. Before these two people appeared, it had not sensed their auras at all. Although the young man who seemed to have been struck down by Hu Ling had suffered a heavy blow, he didn't seem to care at all. He didn't even frown. The young man looked up at Hu Ling in the sky. As for the withered ghost lizard king beside him, it was like air. The cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island were excited to see Hu Ling, but they were soon intimidated by her pressure. Their reaction was obviously half a beat slower. Only then did they sense that the pressure emitted from the young man was Yuanying. Hu Ling slowly descended from the sky and stared at the young man. Her beautiful eyes flashed with deep fear. From the start of the fight until now, Hu Ling had always had the upper hand. However, no matter how many times Hu Ling hit the young man or how heavy her blows were, the young man would stand up again without a care. That was not all. What was even stranger was that the young man was completely fine, like a roly-poly toy. Although the young man's aura could not be identified, his strength was definitely around the early stage of Yuanying. Although Hu Ling was only at the peak of the Jindan, she was a pure, nine-tailed demon. Her bloodline was extremely noble among the demons back then. Hu Ling had cultivated for more than 200 years and only cultivated 3 tails. She was still far from the complete body. After coming here, she broke through the bottleneck and slowly grew her 4th tail. However, it was not fully grown yet. However, Hu Ling, who had grown 3.5 tails, was strong enough to fight against Yuanying. However, the young man remained unscathed no matter how she hit him. Hu Ling did her best to conceal the shock in her heart. She had used her strongest attack just now. Heavenly Fox Charge. It hit the young man directly, and all the damage was added to him. Hu Ling thought it would work this time. However, after the young man smashed a large hole, he still jumped out of the hole without a care. That's right, he used jumping. With such terrifying destructive power, he did not lose a single hair. What kind of damned resistance was this? Hu Ling swallowed with difficulty. You are very strong, the young man said, his voice extremely indifferent. This was the second time the young man had spoken to Hu Ling. The first time was when the two of them met. Was it beautiful? The terrifying, murderous atmosphere created by the withered ghost lizard king completely disappeared after Hu Ling and the young man appeared. It was as if everyone had forgotten about this terrifying ghost lizard king. Even its 3 king lizards stood motionless in place, watching Hu Ling and the young man. The aura emitted by these two people made them feel fear. The withered ghost lizard king, who was ignored, was a little annoyed. However, it was not stupid and did not let anger get to its head. It sensed the powerful aura of the young man and Hu Ling. However, this level was not enough to catch the withered ghost lizard king's attention. At most, they were on par with it. However, being on par with them was also very troublesome. The withered ghost lizard king's soul thought moved. One of the king lizards suddenly roared, and the dark red scales on its body extended. Its body doubled in size and entered berserk mode. The berserk king lizard king charged at the young man and slapped down with its huge claws, wanting to tear the latter apart. The young man stood motionless in place. The long sword in his hand suddenly trembled. Whoosh, a silver light flashed. The berserk king lizard king was instantly split in half. Blood splattered everywhere. After falling to the ground, the two halves of the corpse quickly melted into a pool of black water. The withered ghost lizard king's ghost eyes revealed a look of shock. Where did this guy come from? The withered ghost lizard king already knew that Hu Ling was the withered ghost lizard king's biggest enemy in this large-scale attack on the Gainei spiritual island. Intelligence showed that this fox demon had been missing for 3 months. However, this did not mean that the fox demon had died or was not here. When the withered ghost lizard king dared to attack the Gainei spiritual island, it was naturally because it had the confidence to deal with Hu Ling. However, the young man seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The withered ghost lizard king did not know anything about him. The cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island also did not know where this person had come from. The demon jade in Hu Ling's storage ring spun violently like a top, emitting a buzzing sound. The jade was red and radiating heat. This was the most intense reaction Hu Ling had ever had after obtaining the demon jade. Hu Ling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She really did not understand how this person was related to the demon vein. When her mother was alive, she had explained the function of the demon jade in detail to Hu Ling. She had also emphasized that the demon jade would only react when one was close to the demon vein. The closer one was, the more intense the reaction would be. The demon vein was a cave where tens of thousands of large and small demon eggs were sealed. The so-called demon vein was the demon eggs. It was the demon eggs that caused the demon jade to react. Why would the demon jade have such a strong reaction when approaching this man? Hu Ling was really confused. Hu Ling's eyes flashed. She squeezed her hand, and a small knife appeared in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the small knife shot out like lightning. However, the target of the attack was not the strange young man, but the withered ghost lizard king. The withered ghost lizard king was almost hit by the sudden attack. Fortunately, the demon body after mutation was not only tough but also extremely explosive. The withered ghost lizard king had no choice but to let go of Fairy Julie and throw her away. It disappeared on the spot and dodged Hu Ling's sneak attack. Just as Hu Ling attacked the withered ghost lizard king, the young man also launched an attack. He stabbed his sword toward Hu Ling's heart. 2 vortexes appeared in Hu Ling's charming eyes. A powerful divine sense went straight into the young man's sea of consciousness. The young man paused for a moment, but in just a few seconds, he came back to his senses. Hulinger was shocked. The heavenly fox charm divine technique she was best at was useless. That person's sea of consciousness was blank, as if there was nothing in it. It was like a newborn baby, but it was incomparably vast. In short, Hulinger's divine sense attack sank into the sea as soon as it entered. It only splashed a little at first, but then it disappeared. Divine sense attacks were completely useless against this guy. Hulinger felt that physical and magical attacks were useless against this guy, so she wanted to change her attack method. Who knew that it would be even more useless? However, she still made him stop for a few seconds. A white ball the size of a human head appeared in Hulinger's hand. The white ball emitted a faint halo. This was the Nine-Tailed tribe's royal treasure, the Jioshuan ball. There were 9 of them, but only one had been passed down. However, even if there was only one, it was a demon clan treasure that was comparable to a human clan immortal treasure. The Jioshuan ball revolved around Hulinger. When the young man stabbed with his sword, the Jioshuan ball easily blocked it. The withered ghost lizard king, that Hulinger had sneak attacked, appeared behind the young man again. Dozens of tentacles wildly stretched toward the young man. The surrounding cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island looked at this scene in a daze. The 3 experts of different clans were fighting in a chaotic battle. The situation was strangely tense. A demon, a ghost, and a puppet. The 3 sides were fighting in a chaotic battle. One moment, I would attack you. The other moment, you would attack him, or I would fight with him. The young man's aura was too ethereal. Among the cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island, someone whispered, "Puppet." It seemed like a joke, but it made the cultivators who were still alive feel enlightened. Just when everyone thought the 3 sides were in a tripartite confrontation, a pressure descended from the sky. This aura was exactly the same as the aura of the young man who was fighting with Hulinger and the withered ghost lizard king. It was ethereal and ethereal. It was not death chi, spirit chi, or demon chi. In the sky, a man in white holding a folding fan slowly descended like a celestial being. The man in white was elegant and elegant. He looked like an ancient Confucian scholar. Handsome was not enough to describe his perfect face. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was beautiful. He was like a man who had been carved into an extremely delicate painting. His aura was indistinguishable, but it was at the late stage of yuanying. Hulinger, the young man, and the withered ghost lizard king all stopped under the strong pressure of yuanying. The 3 of them looked at the man in white with vigilance. Hulinger glanced at the strange young man who liked to hold a long sword, standing more than 10 meters away from her. His aura was exactly the same as the aura of the man in white. It seemed that the 2 of them knew each other. But when Hulinger saw the young man's expression, she was puzzled. He looked more vigilant than anyone else. "You 3 are a bit interesting. I didn't expect this place to produce experts like you. I was looking for the traces of Lord Fiendish Python and accidentally entered a white fog. I didn't expect there to be another world inside. There is such a vast area, and it has been transformed by the Hades. I have never heard of this place before." The man in white gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand and said with a surprised tone, because the pressure of the man in white was so strong, the other cultivators around him found it difficult to breathe, let alone speak. The lizard men around them were also frightened by the pressure and stood in place, not daring to move. Only 3 people were not affected by the pressure: Hulinger, the withered ghost lizard king, and the young man. The man in white glanced around and then closed the folding fan in his hand. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled gloomily. He looked at Hulinger and the other 2 and said, "You 3 are the strongest. It's troublesome to keep you alive. I'll start with you." As he said, the man in white waved his folding fan, and an arc-shaped shock wave swept out. Hulinger, the withered ghost lizard king, and the young man resisted at the same time, but they were still swept out more than 10 meters by the shock wave. The man in white had already made his second attack, and it was even fiercer. Hulinger, the withered ghost lizard king, and the young man, who were fighting in a chaotic battle, were now forced to unite. The three of them didn't have any communication, not even a glance. They were very tacitly attacking the man in white at the same time. They clearly knew that joining hands was the only way to defeat the man in white. Otherwise, they would be defeated by the man in white one by one. The battle between the three of them became the battle between three heroes and Lu Bu, and they were fighting happily. The battle continued to escalate. The whole Gainei spiritual island was trembling, as if it was in danger of collapsing at any time. The cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island were nervously watching the battle. Jilly, what is going on in the Spirit Sea? There are people of unknown origin appearing one after another. Is the world going to change? Granny Inhuan said with a sigh. Fairy Jiuli was silent. It was not that she ignored Granny Inhuan, but she didn't know how to answer. Her heart was also in a mess. Sigh, no matter if the world changes or not, the hope of the Gainei spiritual island and even the entire Spirit Sea is on a mortal who. If a mortal who is not a match for the man in white, who else in the Spirit Sea can? An old cultivator said in a lonely voice. The cultivators of Gainei, who heard this, all became silent. Some of them nodded slightly, agreeing with the old cultivator's words. Fairy Jiuli clenched her fists, and her nails dug into her palms. The feeling of not being able to control her own fate was really uncomfortable. The young cultivators were scared silly. Some of them couldn't withstand the pressure of the man in white and sat on the ground. Among them, a delicate and pretty woman bit her lower lip as if she was unwilling to give up. She held a crescent-shaped machete in her hand and glanced at a middle-aged woman who was lying in a pool of blood not far away with a hole in her chest. The beautiful woman whispered softly, "Mother, I will avenge you." With that, the beautiful woman immediately rushed into the battle. A male cultivator in a khaki robe seemed to have seen through the beautiful woman's thoughts and grabbed her. Sister Wan, don't be rash. You will only die if you go over, the khaki robe male cultivator persuaded. The other young cultivators of Gainei gathered and tried to persuade the young female cultivator named Qingwan. However, Qingwan didn't listen at all. She desperately tried to break free. Her eyes were red, and when she couldn't break free, she opened her mouth and bit. The young cultivators of the Gainei spiritual island were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Only the male cultivator in the khaki robe was still desperately pulling Qingwan. Suddenly, the soft squeaking of a little monkey came from behind them. Turning his head to look, he saw a young man wearing a blue martial attire slowly walking over. On his shoulder sat a small monkey with two big eyes. Her spiritual sea is chaotic, and her spiritual sense is mixed. Her consciousness is on the verge of collapse. You can't pull her back. Just knock her out. Otherwise, she will go crazy, Li Daochong said indifferently as he walked past them. Chapter 674. Before the yellow-robed male cultivator could finish speaking, the shabi sitting on Li Daochong's shoulder bared its fangs and growled at the male cultivator. If not for Li Daochong reaching out to touch the little monkey's head, the shabi would have already torn the male cultivator to pieces. Although the yellow-robed male cultivator's words were a bit harsh, this kind of low-level cultivator was not worth mentioning in Li Daochong's eyes. He just gave a kind reminder, but in return, he was met with vicious words. He could not help but shrug and let them be. Li Daochong looked straight ahead and continued to walk forward. Little bastard, stop! Didn't you hear what I said? This is not a place for you. Go back to where you came from. The yellow-robed male cultivator stepped forward and grabbed Li Daochong. However, not only did he not catch anything, the yellow-robed male cultivator only felt his hand go numb, as if he had been electrocuted. With a bang, he flew back and heavily fell more than 10 meters away, landing with a muffled groan. Little bastard has a hidden weapon on him. Another young cultivator said angrily. When the other young cultivators saw this scene, they all came over and surrounded Li Daochong, afraid that this little bastard who had secretly attacked them would escape. Li Daochong glanced at the young cultivators surrounding him, his eyes showing a bit of helplessness. Just now, Li Daochong only gave the yellow-robed male cultivator a small punishment, releasing a trace of yang lightning. If Li Daochong wanted to kill him, this person would have already turned into ashes. Impudent, what are you doing? Just as Li Daochong was about to kill, a delicate voice came from behind. The voice belonged to Lu Mei. She had followed Li Daochong all the way, but the latter did not wait for her, so she was a step late. Although Lu Mei was a foreign cultivator with a questionable background, she was still a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the Spirit Sea, Foundation establishment cultivators were already very powerful and were the backbone of the forces. Therefore, Lu Mei's status on Gani Spiritual Island was not low, at least much higher than that of these young people. Seeing Lu Mei, the group of young cultivators was stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at each other with disdain. The yellow-robed male cultivator, who had just been electrocuted, quickly got up from the ground and gave a cold snort to Lu Mei. It's none of your business. If you know what's good for you, then go away. After saying that, the yellow-robed male cultivator walked straight towards Li Daochong. A long sword appeared in his hand, as if he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, a shadow appeared in the sky. It was the withered ghost lizard king, who had been sent flying by the white-clothed man's palm strike. With a bang, it smashed into the ground nearby and exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. The yellow-robed man was hit in the shoulder by a rock. With a muffled groan, his shoulder was directly pierced through. One of the young cultivators surrounding Li Daochong was hit in the chest by a watermelon-sized rock. The huge impact sent him flying, leaving a big hole in his chest. He landed dozens of meters away and couldn't be more dead. The aftermath of a battle at the level of Yuanying was not something that these chi-gathering cultivators could resist. If it weren't for the few cultivators guarding Julie to support the chi barrier, the fluctuation of the aura alone would be enough to kill these young cultivators. At this moment, these guys were still in the mood to fight. Li Daochong looked at them being sent flying by the rock without any sympathy in his eyes. He shook his head slightly. These cultivators of the Spirit Sea were not only short-sighted, but also immature. Compared with the cultivators of the outside world, they were much worse. However, when the withered ghost lizard king was sent flying by the white-clothed man, it smashed into the ground and caused the explosion, causing dozens of cultivators of the Spirit Sea to suffer different degrees of injuries. 5 of them even died on the spot. For a moment, the cultivators gathered in the area all retreated as if they were fleeing. The cultivators holding Qing Wan didn't have the heart to care about other people's business. They all let go of their hands and retreated to a safe area. Without being restrained, Qing Wan madly rushed towards the withered ghost lizard king. Ha! When she passed by Li Daochong, a crisp sound was heard. Qing Wan's figure paused, her face blank, and then her body went limp and fell to the ground. Li Daochong lightly patted the back of the female cultivator, knocking her unconscious. Although the actions of the young Jianya cultivators just now made Li Daochong feel very disgusted, it had nothing to do with this female cultivator. Li Daochong didn't want to see people die. Boom! With a loud bang, a white shadow shot out like a bolt of lightning. Hu Ling was also sent flying by the white-clothed man, rushing straight to where Lu Mei was standing. Whoosh! Li Daochong disappeared from where he stood and instantly appeared in front of Lu Mei. He caught Hu Ling with his lightning-covered hand, forcibly neutralizing the recoil, and spun Hu Ling around. All of the impact was completely neutralized. Hu Ling beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The moment she was sent flying, she even felt the threat of death, thinking that she was done for. She didn't think that a soft force would suddenly appear behind her. It didn't seem to have any power, but it was like a sponge that completely neutralized the terrifying impact. Hu Ling turned her head to look, and her delicate body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful face instantly froze. For a moment, she thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her and that she was hallucinating. But soon, Hu realized that she wasn't hallucinating. The person who appeared in front of her was Li Daocheng. Li Daoyutsu. Hu still couldn't believe her eyes. Fellow Taoist who, it's a small world. I didn't expect that our second meeting would be in such a place. Li Daocheng smiled indifferently. Ah, yes, it's really a coincidence. I didn't know why she was a little embarrassed and stuttered. Back in Blue Bay Star, Li Daocheng let Hu go under the precondition that she leave Blue Bay Star and never step half a step back. Otherwise, she would be killed without mercy. After being let go by Li Daocheng, Hu obviously didn't leave Blue Bay Star. Instead, she went directly to the underground of the Heavenly Palace Club and came here without anyone knowing. Speaking of which, Hu had violated the verbal agreement between her and Li Daocheng. Hu never dreamed that she would meet Li Daocheng in such a damned place. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. For Li Daocheng, Hu didn't violate the agreement. At the same time, things had changed with the passage of time, and Li Daocheng had long forgotten the verbal agreement. The reason Hu remembered it was because she was afraid of Li Daocheng. The scene of Li Daocheng killing the Blood Ape King was still vivid in her mind. In Hu heart, this guy wasn't a human, but a monster. Old friends meet again. Does fellow Taoist Hu have anything to say to Li? Li Daocheng didn't move his hand away from Hu waist. Li Daoyu, as you can see, I'm facing a strong enemy. Now is not the time to talk about the past. Li Daocheng, wait for me to kill that bastard first, then we can talk about the past. After saying that, Hu was about to return to the battle. Without her, the strange young man and the dead ghost Lizard King were clearly having a hard time. The three of them were already having a hard time surrounding them, and now there was one less person. However, Hu took a step forward and used her movement technique to fly away. But she couldn't move even half an inch. A huge suction force firmly held her in place. Fellow Taoist Hu, in a moment, Lili has a lot of questions to ask you. Don't let anything happen to you. Leave the rest to Li Daocheng said lightly. Hu looked at Li Daocheng with a dumbfounded expression. Her beautiful eyes flashed as if she was saying something. Chapter 675. Hu eyes were filled with suspicion. She felt that Li Daocheng was a bit too arrogant. More than a year ago, Li Daocheng had destroyed the Blood Knife Society by himself. He was indeed powerful, but at best, he was only at the late stage of Jindan. His actual cultivation was not even at the late stage of Jindan. At that time, Hu knew that if she were to fight with her life on the line, Li Daocheng would be on par with her. More than a year had passed. Hu had a fortuitous encounter here, and her cultivation had improved greatly. A year ago, she had reached the peak of Jindan. Because she was from the Devil Clan, Hu actual combat power was comparable to that of Yuanying's early-stage human cultivation. Just now, the withered ghost Lizard King and the mysterious young man had joined forces to fight against the white-clothed man, but they could only barely hold on. How strong could Li Daocheng be? In Hu opinion, Li Daocheng was at most a little stronger than her, and that was already heaven-defying. After all, not much time had passed since the battle on the Blue Bay Star. Less than 2 years was just the blink of an eye for cultivators. Hu wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She only looked at Li Daocheng's back, and a light flashed in her eyes. Since Li Daocheng wanted to throw his life away, then so be it. Li Daocheng walked towards the white-clothed man as if he was taking a stroll. Fairy Ju Li and the other cultivators guarding Gani Spirit Island did not notice Li Daocheng's arrival until he walked out of the crowd. They all seemed to see a glimmer of hope. After all, they had seen Li Daocheng's strength before. Jiu Li, let's retreat. Where there is life, there is hope, Granny Yin Huan suddenly said. Retreat? Senior Yin Huan, it's not good to retreat now. Li Daocheng might be able to fight against the white-clothed man. Julie was puzzled. That kid is powerful, but he is far from being a match for the white-clothed man. Believe me, that kid is not a match for the white-clothed man. However, he should be able to stall for time. If we retreat, we can still protect the fire seed on Gani Spirit Island. Otherwise, it's all over, Granny Yin Huan said coldly. Granny, why are you so sure that Li Daoyu is not a match for the white-clothed man? Jiuli turned to look at Granny Yin Huan with confusion in her eyes. Jiuli, I once sensed the white-clothed man's aura from the jade token left behind by the immortal. The jade token said that there are many powerful ghosts in the Hades outside the spirit realm's 9 springs. They have even surpassed the category of ghosts. It might be more accurate to call them the Nether Clan. The jade token said that the Nether Clan has a physical body called the wizard body, which is what we call the wizard ghost. Wizard ghosts also have different levels. The low-level wizard ghost's aura is still death chi, but as long as it advances to a high-level wizard ghost, its aura will change. If it can advance to a grand wizard ghost, there is a certain probability that its aura will transform into ghost chi, which is a higher level than death chi. If I'm not wrong, the nameless aura on the white-clothed man is ghost chi. In other words, it is very likely that he is a grand wizard ghost. The jade token said that a grand wizard ghost is at least equivalent to a late-stage Yuanying or a peak-stage Yuanying cultivator. This kind of existence is far beyond our knowledge. I just want to say that escaping is our only way out. Granny Yin Huan told everything she knew in one breath. Granny, where's the jade pendant now? After Jiuli became the guardian of Jia Ni Spirit Island, the first oath she swore was to never reveal the whereabouts of the jade pendant. However, after so many years, Jiuli has never seen the jade pendant. Jiuli, the guardian ring you are wearing is actually a key. To be more precise, it is a ring that can open the seal on Jade God Island. However, this is only one of the keys. There are 3 other rings. They are in the hands of Taiyuan Island's guardian, Pengling Island's guardian, and Polaris Island's guardian. When the 4 rings are put together, they are the 4 keys to open the seal on Jade God Island. The Immortal's Jade Tablet is sealed on Jade God Island. Fairy Geo, Li's eyes twitched. She didn't know about this. Jade Divine Island? Granny, isn't that a legendary island? Is there really a Jade Divine Island? Jade Divine Island is where the Immortal once went into seclusion to heal. There's a very exquisite and powerful defensive spirit formation there. If you force your way in, even Yuanying cultivators will be killed on the spot. The dark ghost won't even be able to get close. Granny Yin Huan told her everything she knew. Granny, do you know where the Jade Divine Island is? Fairy Jiuli asked. No one knows where the Jade Divine Island is. When the 4 rings are put together, the location of the Jade Divine Island will naturally appear. Fairy Jiuli was suddenly confused. No one knows where the Jade Divine Island is. Then who placed the jade pendant left behind by the Immortal on the Jade Divine Island? How can a mortal understand an item of the Immortal? The jade pendant was sent there by itself and left behind 4 rings as well as a message from the Immortal. The Immortal said that if the jade pendant was not to be found, the Jade Divine Island would naturally appear one day. At that time, the guardians of the island each took one for safekeeping. Their goal was to follow the Immortal's message and not let anyone find the jade pendant. I see. But why do Ghost Lord Xie Baoshan and the withered Ghost Lizard King know about the Immortal's jade pendant? Fairy Jiuli was confused, because the Immortal left more than one jade pendant. The one he left in the Spirit Sea is the Yang Jade Pendant. Ghost Lord Xie Baoshan also has an Yin Jade Pendant. When the 2 jade pendants combine, it is said that one can learn the secrets of the heavens. However, this is only a guess. The Immortal didn't leave behind any clues. As a guardian cultivator, Fairy Jiuli didn't know about this. If it wasn't for Granny Yin Huan, she would have thought that her guardian ring was only a token from Jianya Island. She didn't expect it to contain such a shocking secret. Jiuli, you're the #1 guardian cultivator of Jianya. You can't die. Listen to Granny and immediately leave with King Luo Feng. That white-robed man is most likely the nether race mentioned in the Immortal's Jade Pendant. There is a warning on the Immortal's Jade Pendant. When foreign races descend, only the Jade Divine Island can lead you to the nether path. Granny Yin Huan continued. Foreign races? Could that white-robed man be a foreign race? Fairy Jiuli suddenly realized something. Jiuli, that white-robed man is a foreign race without a doubt. However, do you think Li Daoyu, Immortal Hu, and Lu Mei aren't foreign races? Granny Yinhuan's old eyes slightly moved as she asked. This, Fairy Jiuli was at a loss for words. Those who aren't of our race are definitely disloyal. Jiuli, don't hesitate and retreat. That brat surnamed Li is definitely not a match for that white-robed man, but he can buy us a lot of time. Granny Yinhuan's voice was somewhat urgent. She was clearly impatient that Fairy Jiuli couldn't make up her mind. Fairy Jiuli pursed her lips and finally said, "Although Jiuli is the chief guardian, I'm far less experienced than Granny. I'll listen to Granny's arrangements." "All right, since that's the case, Granny will make the decision for once. Once that brat, surnamed Li, joins the battle, we'll begin. I hope that brat can last a bit longer." Li Daochong didn't know about the conversation between Granny Yinhuan and Fairy Jiuli. He had to get rid of that white-robed man as soon as possible. Li Daochong had already sensed the white-robed man's existence. How could Li Daochong not know about the nether energy? Cherry Blossom Gauze's aura was nether energy. Only dark ghosts at the level of which Ancestor could produce nether energy. Black Jupiter's star was wrapped in some kind of extremely powerful seal, so that the Hades hadn't discovered this place for so long. As a result, everything here was in its most primitive state. It was extremely rare for a witch ghost to appear. How could there be a witch ancestor? If there was one, then there was only one possibility. The Hades had already discovered this place. They hadn't found it for more than 2,000 years, but now they suddenly found it. In Li Daochong's view, there was only one possibility. Through the clues left by the fiendish python, whether it was intentional or not, this place had been exposed. Li Daochong looked at the white-robed man. His eyes were calm, but the killing intent in his heart was stronger than ever. If the Hades found this place, Li Daochong would be their first target. After Hu Ling left the battle, the young man and the withered ghost lizard king could only passively take a beating. When Li Daochong came over, the withered ghost lizard king was once again sent flying by the white-robed man. It just happened to fall not far from Li Daochong. The white-robed man waved the folding fan in his hand, and a black light bombarded the withered ghost lizard king. The withered ghost lizard king was shocked. Dozens of tentacles behind it quickly weaved into a shield, and at the same time, two tentacles shot toward Li Daochong like lightning to tie him up, trying to use Li Daochong as a shield. However, as soon as the tentacles touched Li Daochong, they were electrocuted. The withered ghost lizard king was stunned. Li Daochong suddenly glanced sideways at the withered ghost lizard king. His eyes flashed coldly, and the latter felt a chill on its back. Boom! The black light shot by the white-robed man bombarded the withered ghost lizard king's tentacle shield, and the latter flew backward. The withered ghost lizard king was also tough. This attack didn't cause too much damage to it, so it quickly returned. The young man with the long sword turned his head and glanced at Hu Ling, who had retreated from the battle. He frowned and said, "What do you mean by this?" The white-robed man was not in the mood to chat with his opponent. In a flash, he appeared in front of the man with the long sword and struck his chest with a palm. The man with the long sword was very alert. He jumped back and narrowly avoided the palm. At the same time, the withered ghost lizard king attacked the white-robed man from behind, but it didn't succeed. The white-robed man threw out the folding fan in his hand and shouted, "100 Shamans Chorus." The folding fan vibrated violently, letting out a terrifying roar. When it fell into the ears of those who heard it, it was as if they had fallen into hell, and they had a splitting headache. Even Hu Ling couldn't bear it. The man with the long sword and the withered ghost lizard king were also shocked by the sound waves from hell. They covered their ears and couldn't fight anymore. "You're from the Hades?" Just as the white-robed man was using his underworld technique with all his might, a faint voice came from the side. This question seemed to be calm, but it contained an extremely strong divine thought. It instantly suppressed the sound wave of the dark art that the man in white had used. The cultivators who were in pain all felt a lot better in an instant. The white-robed man stared at Li Daocheng, and suddenly there was a strange color in his eyes. There was doubt, surprise, and vigilance. He seemed to have seen Li Daocheng's appearance somewhere. "This is the Hades." The white-robed man opened his hand, and the fiercely vibrating folding fan in the air flew back to his hand. Sure enough, Li Daocheng's eyes narrowed. When he was about to continue to ask, the white-robed man suddenly stared and said in surprise, "You are Li Daocheng." "Yes, I am. Are you looking for the fiendish python?" "Yes, Li Daocheng. Where is Lord Fiendish Python?" "If you want to know, tell me your name first." Li Daocheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "I am Yu Feng, the envoy of the Hades. I am under the order of His Royal Highness to search for Lord Fiendish Python and capture the human practitioner Li Daocheng." The white-robed man's beautiful face flashed a sinister smile. Chapter 676. Li Daocheng and the man in white actually knew each other? Fairy Jiu Li and the others, who were about to leave, were shocked. At the same time, doubts flashed in their eyes. Bulinger blinked her phoenix eyes in surprise. The king of lizards and the man with a long sword looked at Li Daocheng in confusion. They felt that this guy who suddenly appeared was a bit of an eyesore. "Ambassador of the Hades?" Li Daocheng touched his chin and continued. "Does the Hades also have ambassadors?" "Li Daocheng, you were injured by Lord Fiendish Python. Looking at your condition, you should have been poisoned by Lord Fiendish Python's demon origin. There is no cure for this poison. You won't be able to run for long. I'll let you know when you die. The ambassador of the Hades is the vanguard sentinel of the Hades. He is also responsible for the task of tracking and capturing." The man in white shook the folding fan in his hand and said. Li Daocheng nodded slightly and said, "So you're the only one who found this place?" The man in white's eyes twitched slightly. He seemed to have noticed something and then snorted. "Li Daocheng, are you trying to trick me?" Li Daocheng shrugged. "You found out. Then let's be direct. Do you want to say it yourself, or do you want me to search your soul?" "Ha ha." The man in white listened to Li Daocheng's words and laughed. Then he suddenly looked down at Li Daocheng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. "Li Daocheng, you are poisoned by the demon origin. You don't have long to live, and you still want to search my soul. You human cultivators like to dream." "Humph. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivators have now fallen to the point where they can only sell their mouths. And they even sent a little bastard to sell their mouths, just to delay the time? Jiuli, you really let me down." The king of lizards snorted. The cultivators of the Ganui spiritual island looked a little embarrassed. Fairy Jiuli wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but when she was called, she suddenly stopped. Li Daocheng barely noticed the king of Kukui. His attention was all on the man in white. In fact, the only person who could enter Li Daocheng's eyes was this white-robed man. Li Daocheng glanced at the withered ghost lizard king and said, "Little brat, didn't anyone teach you that children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking?" Ugh! As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Li Daocheng as if they were looking at an idiot, including Fairy Jiuli and the others. Huling, who originally still had a glimmer of hope for Li Daocheng. Hearing these words, she immediately lowered her opinion of Li Daocheng by several levels. Even Lu Mei, who had already regarded Li Daocheng as an immortal, looked confused. She felt that Li Daocheng didn't even need to prepare a draft for his boasting. That was the withered ghost lizard king, a ghost king that was almost on par with Yuanian cultivators. As the person involved, the withered ghost lizard king was even more interested. It licked its lips and said, "Little brat, I haven't had an appetizer today. Since you want to die so much, I'll use you as an appetizer." As it spoke, the hundreds of tentacles behind the withered ghost lizard king wriggled violently and shot toward Li Daocheng. They instantly wrapped around Li Daocheng. In the eyes of others, a bunch of disgusting tentacles completely covered a person and kept wriggling. The scene was extremely frightening. Sigh. Julie sighed softly. Lume wanted to scream, but couldn't. Her eyes were filled with despair. Li Daocheng was her only hope to return. Now, this hope was completely shattered. Hu Ling, Er's beautiful eyes revealed a look of regret. Li Daochong was her enemy, and he had ruined her plans back then. However, she still had some appreciation for Li Daochong's demonic nature. Hu Ling, I had always felt that Li Daochong would definitely become an important figure in the Shenghua Federation 100 years later. Unfortunately, his youthful arrogance had harmed him. Li Daochong, do you think that you're invincible after destroying the Blood Knife Society? Do you think that you can be so arrogant? That mutated ghost is the soul-devouring ghost king that even this fox is afraid of, Hu Ling muttered to herself. The withered ghost lizard king sneered. It thought that this kid would have 1 or 2 trump cards. It didn't expect that he would be wrapped up by its tentacles without any chance to fight back. Each of these tentacles was formed after 100 years of condensing death aura. Not to mention 100. Just one of them was enough to kill a Gene Dan cultivator on the spot. However, just as the withered ghost lizard king was about to swallow Li Daochong, the sneer on its face suddenly froze. That's not right. Why can't I suck it in? No reaction? Snap! With a crisp sound, one of the tentacles broke. Snap! 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 Immediately after, a crisp sound rang out like a small firecracker. The soul-devouring tentacle that the withered ghost lizard king was so proud of was quickly broken. In just a few seconds, the hundreds of tentacles wrapped around Li Daochong were all broken. Puff! The withered ghost lizard king spat out a mouthful of black blood. Li Daochong was still standing there, looking exactly the same as before. Not only was he unharmed, but there wasn't even a trace of death aura on his body. Li Daochong's lips curled up. Whoosh! He disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of the withered ghost lizard king, as if he had teleported. Snap! Li Daochong grabbed the withered ghost lizard king's neck. How is this possible? A white-haired cultivator guarding the withered ghost lizard king cried out in shock. Liar, liar. Another cultivator guarding the withered ghost lizard king couldn't believe it even though he had seen it with his own eyes. In fact, all of the cultivators on the withered ghost lizard king were dumbfounded as they watched Li Daochong use his bare hand to grab the withered ghost lizard king's neck. They couldn't understand such a thing that went against common sense. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. A cultivator could catch a soul-devouring ghost with his bare hands? That was F*King impossible. The impact of Li Daochong breaking all of the tentacles wasn't as great as the impact of him grabbing the withered ghost lizard king's neck. Hu Ling's soft cherry lips unconsciously opened. She didn't even realize how shocked her expression was at this moment. Under everyone's gaze, Li Daochong didn't feel anything. His black eyes looked at the withered ghost lizard king indifferently. The latter was also extremely shocked. The disdain in its eyes disappeared, leaving behind a deep sense of fear. Snap! Li Daochong sensed something in the withered ghost lizard king's soul, but he didn't find anything valuable. Then, Li Daochong exerted force, and the withered ghost lizard king's neck was broken. More accurately, it was crushed. The half-human, half-lizard head rolled on the ground. With a flash of lightning, the head turned into dust and disappeared. The headless corpse didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it dissipated with the wind like a vampire that had been illuminated by the sun, disappearing into nothingness. Beep! Kill! Kill! Withered! Ghost! The intermittent notification sounded in Li Daochong's sea of consciousness. It was like a machine had malfunctioned. Every time Li Daochong heard the notification change, he would feel annoyed for no reason. The withered ghost lizard king, which was extremely terrifying in the eyes of all of the cultivators on the withered ghost lizard king, was easily killed by a young cultivator who looked like he was in his early 20s. Just a moment ago, all of the cultivators on the withered ghost lizard king thought that it was going to destroy this place. However, no one expected that such a terrifying ghost would be killed so easily. Not even a speck of it was left behind. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Many of them even suspected that they were dreaming. Everything that happened in front of them was too unreal. The entire process was actually very short. It didn't take more than half a minute, including the conversation. The white-clothed man waved the folding fan in his hand. He had no intention of interfering, but he also didn't expect Li Daochong to kill the withered ghost lizard king so easily. Li Daochong didn't feel much. Among the dark ghosts that he killed, there were many that were stronger than the withered ghost lizard king. Soul-devouring ghost-level dark ghosts were nothing in Li Daochong's eyes. Even if his cultivation was only at the intermediate stage of the Jindan realm due to the poison, he still wouldn't put the soul-devouring ghost in his eyes. With the withered ghost lizard king as a precedent, Li Daochong turned to look at the young man who was fighting with Hu Ling. What about you? Do you have a problem with me? Li Daochong asked casually. Ha! Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. Why would I have a problem with you? We have the same enemy. The young man smiled awkwardly. He didn't have the calmness that he had when facing Hu Ling. He admitted defeat without any hesitation. That's good. Li Daochong nodded slightly. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a black light shot over. The white-clothed man felt that something was wrong and directly launched a sneak attack on Li Daochong. Pa! The black light strangely disintegrated 3 meters in front of Li Daochong. What? The white-clothed man's eyes bulged as a cool liquid flowed out from his nose. Just his aura alone was enough to dissolve the white-clothed man's attack. Li Daochong stepped forward. He only took 1 step, but his figure flashed and appeared in front of the white-clothed man. You? The white-clothed man looked at Li Daochong, who was right in front of him, in fear. Do you know the antidote to the devil origin poison? Li Daochong didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked. Li Daochong didn't really want to use the soul-searching technique because it consumed a lot of his energy. He wasn't in a good state right now, so he didn't want to use any techniques that didn't consume his energy. No, I don't know, the white-clothed man replied subconsciously. It seems like you won't tell me. I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you don't want it, I can only let you have a taste of my soul-devouring technique. Li Daochong stretched out his hand as he spoke. The white-clothed man tried to dodge, but before he could move, Li Daochong's hand had already covered his head. An electric current swept through the white-clothed man's body, and he immediately lost the ability to move. Chapter 677. Li Daochong did not hold back. His divine thoughts poured into the man's sea of soul like a tide. If Li Daochong were at his peak state, he would be able to find out everything about this white-clothed man, who was only at the level of a senior Magus Ghost. But now Li Daochong's divine thoughts were very weak under the influence of the devil origin poison. Therefore, he had to be careful when using the soul search. If he was not careful, he would be backfired. The man in white desperately resisted the invasion of Li Daochong's divine thoughts, but he was still too weak. In less than 10 seconds, the man in white's soul could not withstand Li Daochong's crazy attacks. His sea of soul was completely opened. Li Daochong naturally did not hesitate. His divine thoughts spread quickly in the man's sea of soul like a flame in the wind. Confusion appeared on the handsome face of the white-robed man. Soon, he became sluggish. His complexion changed from pale white to purplish green. Finally, the sparks in his eyes disappeared. It was like a dead pool. The biggest difficulty of the soul search was not invading the opponent's soul, but how to keep the memory from being chaotic. Li Daochong's calm face showed a bit of exhaustion. The consumption of his divine thoughts was extremely great. A few minutes later, the man in white's body was stiff as wood, and there was no breath. Li Daochong's spiritual force relaxed, and he took a deep breath. He had basically searched through the white-robed man's memories. There wasn't much valuable information. Although Li Daochong couldn't completely control the chaos in his memories, he could still make a rough judgment from the scattered fragments. After the soul search, Li Daochong was relieved. He still had time. The ambassador of Hades was indeed ordered to find a trace of the fiendish python. However, he was only one of the many outer emissaries of the Netherrealm. His entry into the Black Tree Star was not intentional, but a coincidence. In this way, the prince did not find this place, at least not yet. Li Daochong did not have much time left. He did not know if the ambassador of Hades had any tracking treasures. However, its appearance was accelerating the discovery of Black Tree Star by the Hades Nether clan. Li Daocheng withdrew his hand, and the man in white fell straight down. The dead soul had already dissipated, leaving only his stiff body. The moment he fell to the ground, the gray wizard body shattered into countless pieces. Li Daocheng's forehead was sweating. The consumption of the soul's search made him feel a little tired. However, now was not the time to rest. Li Daocheng had to hurry up. He then turned to Fairy Jiuli and said, "Fairy, can you take me to Thunder Island?" Everyone present was shocked by Li Daocheng's power, including Fairy Jiuli's power. At this moment, Fairy Jiuli stared at Li Daocheng in shock. That was the terrifying great witch ghost that Granny Yinhuan spoke of, and it had been killed just like that. Fairy Jiuli did not even react to Li Daocheng's question. Hu Linger's cherry mouth was wide open. Her mind was blank. She had thought that Li Daocheng was just an arrogant person, but now it seemed ridiculous and ignorant. How in the world did this guy cultivate? Hu Linger was completely confused. How could there be such a freak in the world? Even the geniuses of the three great cultivation empires might not be as freakish as him. Lu Mei stared at Li Daocheng in a daze. She already knew that Li Daocheng was very powerful, but she did not expect him to be this powerful. Thinking back to a few years ago, when Li Daocheng was on Blue Bay Star, Lu Mei could not imagine that this trash in everyone's eyes would one day become such a terrifying existence. The lizard men had already fled when Li Daocheng killed the withered ghost Lizard King. They were not stupid and knew that numbers could not make up for the huge gap in strength. When the Spirit Sea cultivators encountered this calamity, even if they hated the lizard men and wanted to kill them all, they were powerless. They could only let the tens of thousands of lizard men leave. Granny Yinhuan looked at Li Daocheng with her turbid eyes filled with doubt and confusion. As the oldest cultivator on Gainei Spirit Island, Granny Yinhuan had already lived for more than 500 years. Her cultivation and strength were not very strong. She had barely reached the middle stage of the Jindan realm. Under normal circumstances, she would not have a lifespan of more than 500 years. However, one of the techniques that Granny Yinhuan practiced was the snake-breathing technique, which could greatly increase the lifespan of cultivators. The price she had to pay was that her cultivation would increase very slowly. Because of her long lifespan, Granny Yinhuan knew a lot of things that even Fairy Jiuli did not know. For more than 500 years, Granny Yinhuan had seen too many talented Spirit Sea cultivators. However, compared to this young man in front of her, those geniuses were like weeds that were not worth mentioning. The gap was too big. Even the ancient Spirit Sea cultivators recorded in the ancient books could not compare to him. A cultivator who could make the Grand Wizard unable to fight back. How amazing was his strength! Other than the immortal who left behind the Jade Tablet, Granny Yinhuan did not know who else could compare to him. However, did immortals really exist in this world? Granny Yinhuan was a bit confused. For more than 500 years, she had been curious about the world outside the 9 heavens of the spirit realm. According to the immortal, there was a vast and boundless world outside the spirit realm. There were immortals everywhere. However, no one in the spirit realm had ever broken through the 9 heavens. Granny Yinhuan subconsciously looked up at the sky. 1,000 years ago, when the Spirit Sea was still very prosperous, many talented cultivators tried to break through the 9 heavens. However, no one succeeded. The sky of the spirit realm seemed to be cursed and was completely sealed. Back then, the #1 cultivator of the Spirit Sea, Yuanying Haiyazi, was a late-stage cultivator. He spent 100 years preparing to break through the 9 heavens of the spirit realm. However, he was beaten back before he could even break through the clouds. He was seriously injured and died a few years later. Did this young man really come from the 9 heavens? Could he come and go freely when Haiyazi could not break through the seal his whole life? A big question mark appeared in Granny Yinhuan's heart. Although Granny Yinhuan's spiritual sea was tumbling, she was not as stunned as the others. Seeing that Fairy Julie was stunned and did not answer Li Daocheng's question, she sent a voice transmission. Julie, the exalted immortal, is asking you a question. Li Daocheng's powerful strength had completely conquered Granny Yinhuan, so she became very respectful. Fairy Julie came back to her senses and exclaimed softly. She found that she had forgotten herself and looked a bit embarrassed. She quickly said to Li Daocheng, Okay. MHM, let's go. Li Daocheng nodded slightly. Now? Fairy Julie could not keep up. That's right. Li Daocheng gave a simple reply. Fairy Julie glanced at the devastated Ganai city and said, All right. Can we wait a moment? Li Daocheng's brows moved slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Hu Ling suddenly said, Li Daoyu, I'll take you there. I know Sky Thunder Island. Li Daocheng glanced at Hu Ling. That'll be best. Coincidentally, Mr. Li has something to ask you. Hu Ling nodded obediently. Her every move was gentle and charming. The nine-tailed demon race would never forget to show their greatest advantage. Lead the way. Li Daocheng could not wait any longer. Hu Ling pointed the longsword man and said, Li Daoyu, can you take him with you? The longsword man, who was about to slip away, felt his heart skip a beat. He immediately took to his heels. Li Daocheng had been paying attention to this person because his aura was very strange. Li Daocheng also felt a trace of threat. Even if Hu Ling did not say anything, he had planned to subdue her first. Just as the longsword man turned and was about to fly away, Li Daocheng had already appeared in front of him. Where did you come from? Li Daocheng asked indifferently. Hee. The longsword man scratched his head. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Facing Li Daocheng, he was terrified. Exalted immortal, I was born and raised in the spirit sea. However, I spent most of my time sleeping at the bottom of the sea. I only woke up not long ago. Oh, is that so? Your aura is very strange. It is neither spirit chi nor death chi. It doesn't seem like a demonic aura either. What exactly are you? Li Daocheng went straight to the point. The longsword man looked embarrassed. He looked around and said, Exalted immortal. Can I explain in detail on the way? Li Daocheng understood what the longsword man meant. He did not want too many people to know his origin. He continued, So you want to come along too? The longsword man smiled even more awkwardly. Exalted immortal, do I have a choice? Li Daocheng did not answer. He turned and looked at Hu Ling. Let's go. Hu Ling nodded slightly. Then, she shot into the void. Li Daocheng immediately followed. As for the longsword man, he did not care. The latter also flew and followed. The three of them turned into 3 spots of light in the sky. Soon, they disappeared, leaving the cultivators of Gani Spirit Island looking at the sky in a daze. The spatial environment of the Spirit Sea was much better than that of the endless mountains and the vast wilderness. Li Daocheng's flying speed was also greatly increased. Hu Ling was in front, Li Daocheng was behind, and the longsword man was at the back. The three of them flew towards the southeast of the Spirit Sea at high speed. Along the way, Hu Ling answered all the questions that Li Daocheng asked. She did not hide anything. After seeing Li Daocheng's strength, Hu Ling did not dare to lie at all. Li Daocheng wanted to know when Hu Ling came here, why she came here, and what she was looking for in the sealed land. Does Taoist, who still remember the coordinates of the space crack that connects to the Blue Bay Star? Li Daocheng continued to ask. I still remember, but that space crack has disappeared. I went back once, but I can't go back anymore, Hu Ling replied with a regretful expression. Disappeared? Li Daocheng's eyes flickered. He was unwilling to give up. He continued, When Li finds the 7 spiritual herbs, I'll have to trouble Taoist who to bring Li there again. That's what I was thinking, Hu Ling said straightforwardly. After all, Li Daocheng's strength was far stronger than hers. He might be able to break through the closed space crack. After asking Hu Ling Li Daocheng naturally did not forget about the longsword man. With just a few words, the longsword man's origin was completely revealed. This guy was the same as Hu Ling. He did not dare to have any thoughts of lying in front of Li Daocheng. When he found out that the longsword man was actually a demon spirit, Li Daochong did not think much of it. However, Huling, Er's reaction was a little too big. What? You're a vain, protecting demon spirit? Huling, suddenly stopped mid-flight. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the longsword man. Chapter 678. Huling, finally understood why Yao Yu reacted so violently when she approached this strange fellow. It turned out that he was a vain protector demon spirit refined by the demon clan when they were on the brink of death. No wonder the aura on his body was so strange. It was neither demonic aura, nor death aura, nor spiritual aura. You are a vain protector demon spirit. Why did you attack me? Huling, glared at the demon spirit. 2 months ago, you entered the demon veins alert area. I was worried that you would discover the demon vein, so I deliberately lured you away, the demon spirit replied. Can't you sense the demonic aura on my body? Hulinger was slightly angered. More than 2,000 years have passed. There are no longer pure demon clan members here. Who knows if you're a spy sent by the Hades? The demon spirit shrugged. Then how can you be sure that I am not a spy? Hulinger asked. I knew it when I was fighting with you. Then why did you fight with me? Hulinger's voice rose an octave. At the beginning, it was a real fight. I was just testing your strength. If you're not strong enough, you are not qualified to enter the demon vein. It is my duty to ensure the safety of the demon vein, the demon spirit replied seriously. All right, what were the results of a test? Huling, listened to the demon spirit's explanation, and the anger in her heart calmed down slightly. The demon spirit glanced at Li Daochong and replied, Nothing. You are not qualified to enter the demon vein. If you have the strength of this human exalted immortal, there might be a slight chance. Demon spirit, you sure talk big. If I have the strength of Li Daoyu, then what kind of cultivation do you think is qualified? Hulinger asked. If you can grow a 7th tail, then you can. The demon spirit immediately replied. Huling was stunned for a moment, then cried out, Grow a 7th tail? Doesn't that mean you have to wait until you reach the Demon King level? According to the human cultivation system, it is the void refining stage. Not to mention whether you can cultivate to that level. Even if you have a great encounter or a great fortune, it will still take 100 years. This is considered fast. If you're stuck at a bottleneck, hundreds of years is normal. At that time, who knows what kind of variables will appear? In short, if you're not strong enough, you can't enter the demon vein. When I was refined out, the last demon emperor gave me the demon god's order. I had to follow it, or else I would be cursed by the demon god and die. The demon spirit didn't want to explain further. Why are you so stubborn? Huling said angrily. Fellow Taoist who? It's not convenient for Li Li to comment on the matters of her demon race. Please lead the way. Li Li is in a hurry. Li Daochong was somewhat displeased. Huling pursed her lips and did not say anything else. She continued to fly toward Sky Thunder Island in anger. About half an hour later, dark clouds appeared in the distance. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds, and the island below was constantly being baptized by lightning. From afar, one would think that some mighty figure was undergoing a tribulation. Within a breath's time, at least hundreds of lightning bolts had landed on the island. Li Daochong could sense the power of the lightning even from afar. Each of the lightning bolts was no weaker than the tribulation lightning that would fall when a Yuanying peak stage cultivator crossed the deity transformation stage, Thunder Tribulation. The Sky Thunder Island lived up to its name. Fellow Taoist who, do you know where the Thunder Sea epiphyllum grows? Li Daochong asked after scanning the Sky Thunder Island with his spiritual will. Li Daoyu, so you're here to look at the Thunder Sea epiphyllum? Huling face lit up as she continued. The Thunder Sea epiphyllum is actually a special spiritual flower that is constantly bombarded by heavenly lightning on Sky Thunder Island. It uses lightning as fertilizer and transforms into this spiritual flower. This spiritual flower is naturally not afraid of lightning strikes and can channel most of the lightning energy into the ground, while the remaining lightning energy becomes its nourishment. After 100 years of bombardment, it finally transforms into a Thunder Sea epiphyllum. This spiritual flower can be found everywhere on Sky Thunder Island, but less than 1% of it transforms into a Thunder Sea epiphyllum. However, the number is still considerable. It's just that it's not that easy to enter Sky Thunder Island and pluck the Thunder Sea epiphyllum. Now, the power of the heavenly lightning is many times greater than before, and the density is also much higher. There are rumors that this is a tribulation cloud left behind by an immortal when he ascended. After 2,000 years, not only has it not dissipated, it has become denser and denser. Without a soul formation cultivation base, it would be difficult to withstand the heavenly lightning. Li Daochong listened to Hu Ling Er's introduction as he stared at the thick tribulation cloud in the distance that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. Li Daochong was estimating the power of the lightning bolts. Although his cultivation was greatly reduced due to the poison, his spiritual body was still a soul formation spiritual body, and it was much more complete than the average soul formation cultivator. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived at the periphery of the area covered by the thunderclouds. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lightning bolts would strike less than 1,000 meters in front of them. The sea surface that was struck would instantly explode, and water would splash everywhere, reaching a height of 100 meters. It looked like it was hit by a missile. Li Daoyu, this is the limit of what I can reach. If we go any further, we might be struck by the lightning bolts, Hu Ling said as she floated in the air and looked at the lightning bolts that kept falling in front of them. Li Daochong nodded slightly and continued. Thank you for leading the way, Daoist Hu. Please wait here. Once Li obtains the Thunder Sea epiphyllum, I will need Daoist Hu to bring Li to the spatial crack. Hearing Li Daochong's words, Hu Ling was instantly shocked. Li Daoyu, you want to enter the Sky Thunder Island? Li Daochong glanced at Hu Ling and said, If we don't go in, how are we going to obtain the Thunder Sea epiphyllum? Hu Ling was speechless. She wanted to say something else, but Li Daochong had already shot toward the Sky Thunder Island at lightning speed. Wait! Hu Ling only had time to say one word. Li Daochong had already shot into the rolling thunderclouds. The demon spirit held its head with both hands and said unhappily, Little Fox Demonis, your friend is really arrogant. Although his strength is not bad and he can be considered a figure, he is still far from being able to resist the lightning bolts. I think we should leave. He won't be able to come back. Who knows? He might have already been blasted into smithereens by the lightning bolts. Hu Ling remained silent. The demon spirit's words were not without reason. Li Daochong's trip boded ill rather than well. It was really unknown if he could return. This cultivation planet, which the local cultivators called the spiritual realm, had a total of 3 forbidden areas: the Sky Thunder Island, the Endless Abyss, and the Ghost Manor Reincarnation Road. Among them, the most terrifying was the Sky Thunder Island. Although the Endless Abyss and the Ghost Manor Reincarnation Road were strange, they were not terrifying. At the very least, one could enter and return. The Sky Thunder Island was the only forbidden area that was constantly strengthening. 300 years ago, some powerful cultivators in the Spirit Sea could still rely on various Dharma treasures to barely enter the border area and pluck the precious spiritual herbs on the Sky Thunder Island. However, ever since 300 years ago, the thunder clouds above the Sky Thunder Island suddenly became thicker for some unknown reason, and the power of the lightning bolts increased several times. Since then, no one could enter the sea region within 50 kilometers of the Sky Thunder Island. There were bold adventurers who tried to enter, but there was only one outcome. They did not return. The Spirit Sea cultivators had never understood why the thunder clouds would become thicker and the lightning bolts would become stronger in the spiritual realm, where the spiritual chi was depleted. One had to know that the lightning bolts could only be formed under the spiritual chi laws. The stronger the spiritual chi environment, the stronger the spiritual chi laws would be, and the stronger the lightning bolts would be. However, the spiritual chi here was constantly weakening. The seal barrier that sealed the endless mountain range was about to collapse. Once the seal barrier disappeared, The remaining spiritual chi in the spirit sea would be quickly devoured, and the spiritual realm would be completely reduced to a dead world. Under such a premise, the thunderclouds and lightning bolts above the sky Thunder Island were becoming stronger and stronger. This really puzzled the spirit sea cultivators. However, the Sky Thunder Island also became the Spirit Sea cultivator's greatest trump card against the nether ghosts that were about to surge out of the endless mountain range. The lightning bolts were the nemesis of all nether creatures. Although the lightning bolts could also turn cultivators into ashes, they were still very powerful. When Li Daocheng flew into the thunderclouds, he used 1,000 sound escape. In the blink of an eye, he landed on a sea cliff on the Sky Thunder Island. Almost at the same time as Li Daocheng landed, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and blasted toward Li Daocheng. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 679. When the lightning struck, Li Daocheng was already prepared. He reached behind his back, and Tsang ink was already in his hand. When a cultivator of any level transcended a tribulation, the best way to resist the lightning was to use a Dharma treasure. Li Daocheng's Tsang ink had lost its spirituality after entering the Blackwood Star and turned into a rusty, desolate saber. Li Daocheng did not know the reason, but Tsang ink was not really crippled. It had just sealed itself for some unknown reason. Li Daocheng threw Tsang ink. Boom! The lightning struck the saber. Crack! A bright light flashed, and Tsang ink was undamaged. The power of the lightning was poured into the saber. Ever since Tsang ink was forged, it had followed Li Daocheng everywhere. At the same time, under Li Daocheng's efforts, it kept evolving and upgrading. The last time it was in the Black Prison, it had already become an immortal treasure after being modified by the blacksmithing master of Spirit Cultivator City. Even without its spirituality, the supreme-grade magic gold that was smelted together was definitely not ordinary. Although the lightning on Sky Thunder Island was powerful, it was not that easy to destroy an immortal treasure. Moreover, Li Daocheng could not simply let Tsang ink withstand it. The power of the Yang Thunder in his body could also offset a portion of the lightning. Pa! Tsang ink fell back into Li Daocheng's hand. Eh! Li Daocheng exclaimed softly. He realized that a rust spot on Tsang ink was falling off. Before Li Daocheng could think about it, another bolt of lightning struck. Tsang ink was thrown out again. Crack! Li Daocheng grabbed Tsang ink again. He was surprised to find that another rust spot fell off. This lightning could restore Tsang ink's spirituality. Ha! Li Daocheng suddenly raised his head and laughed out loud. Looking at the raging thunderclouds in the sky, he said loudly, Come, let the heavenly lightning come more fiercely. They say that the wrath of the heavens is irreversible, and that the heavenly lightning will descend upon the heavenly might. Ever since I went to the Black Prison Star, I have not experienced the heavenly might of the heavenly lightning punishment. Crack! Li Daocheng had just finished speaking when the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to hear him. A bolt of lightning instantly fell. It was 3 times thicker than the previous 2 bolts. Li Dao attacked Tsang Mo again. This time, he didn't throw him but controlled him with his spiritual force. After the 2 rust spots fell, Li Daocheng's lost connection with Tsang ink was reconnected. Although it was not very tight, it was more than enough for him to control it. This time, Li Daocheng connected with Tsang ink with the spiritual energy of a yang lightning. The lightning power poured into Tsang ink's body, and part of it entered Li Daocheng's body. Oh! Li Daocheng groaned. His body tumbled. He endured 1/3 of the lightning power. Pooh! Li Daocheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart skipped a beat. He felt that he had overestimated himself. In the end, he was poisoned, his cultivation was low, and his primordial spirit was weak. He could not bear this level of lightning. Li Daocheng was about to circulate his qi to resist the corrosion of the lightning power when he found that his primordial spirit in his body flickered. After entering the Blackwood Star, the thunder infant that had almost disappeared wriggled in his primordial spirit, and a shadow appeared. Li Daocheng looked at the blood he spat out. It was black and sticky like tar. When it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a bottomless hole in the ground. Obviously, this blood was not Li Daocheng's pure spiritual blood. It contained a strong poison. Li Daocheng's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. The lightning could cure the poison. Ha! Li Daocheng could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He laughed loudly again. Boom, 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 boom. Li Daocheng's laughter seemed to have angered the thunderclouds. This time, several lightning bolts shot out from different directions towards Li Daocheng. Li Daocheng, who was standing on the sea cliff, seemed to have become a lightning rod. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits or tried to escape. However, Li Daocheng was very happy. He directly jumped up and faced the lightning bolts. He swung the Tsang ink saber in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Several bolts of lightning struck the Tsang ink saber one after another. The dazzling lightning current flowed from the saber into Li Daocheng's body. Boom, boom. In the void, Li Daocheng turned into a dazzling lightning man. If someone looked at him, they would probably be blinded. In fact, Li Daocheng wasn't sure if the heavenly lightning could cure the devil origin poison in his body. It was hard to say based on the previous attack. Facing the lightning bolts was very risky. He was using himself as an experiment. However, as the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Li Daocheng was eager to cure the poison. In addition, he already had the power of yang lightning. The lightning bolts here were not too strong. If he used himself to test the poison, he would not lose his life. If that wasn't the case, Li Daocheng wouldn't play around with his life. Several bolts of lightning landed on Li Daocheng's body. He spat out another mouthful of blood. A few patches of rust on the Tsang ink fell off. There were already 2 palm-sized areas that recovered the bright color of the Tsang ink. In this way, Li Daocheng's thoughts were confirmed. Not only could the lightning remove the seal on the Tsang ink, it could also remove the poison in his body. With this method, why would he still need the 7 spiritual grasses? Li Daocheng had already thrown the matter of the Thunder Sea Sirius to the back of his mind. He only hated that the lightning bolts did not fall enough. The frequency was too slow. If anyone knew that Li Daocheng wanted to be struck by lightning at this moment, their jaws would drop. Li Daocheng's dispirited primordial spirit in his body seemed to be charged. The dim luster gradually disappeared. The shrunken primordial spirit also became bigger. The demonic poison in his body was reduced by a quarter. Li Daocheng's cultivation, which was limited to the middle stage of Jin Dan, continued to rise. Soon, he reached the peak stage of Jin Dan. Li Daocheng's heart trembled. The spiritual qi in his body surged out crazily as he plunged into the thunderclouds. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the thunderclouds. Lightning shot out in all directions and gathered together to form a lightning net. Boom, 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 crack, crack, crack. Every time there was a flash, thousands of lightning bolts intertwined. Li Daocheng was immersed in the lightning net. The Tsang ink was like a lightning magnet, attracting the lightning power. Li Daocheng was engulfed by the lightning. He could not see anything clearly in the thunderclouds. He could only see a ball of light. Tens of minutes later, the thunderclouds broke open. Li Daocheng flew out and landed on an open space in the interior of Sky Thunder Island. The Tsang ink in Li Daocheng's hand was as smooth as a mirror. There were no traces of rust. The halo surrounding the blade had reappeared. Tsang ink had regained its former glory. However, Li Daocheng still could not sense the existence of the artifact spirit that the cultivators of Spirit Cultivation City had injected into Tsang ink. Is it dead? Li Daocheng's spiritual will probe the Tsang ink. After searching it a few times, the blade was empty. There was no artifact spirit. Li Daocheng, I could be the artifact spirit of your magic treasure. Just as Li Daocheng was feeling regretful, Xuanyi's voice sounded out in his sea of consciousness. After leaving the ghost palace, Xuanyi re-entered Li Daocheng's body and hid in the depths of his primordial spirit to recuperate. You can be an artifact spirit? Li Daocheng was surprised. That's right. I am a spirit formed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. As long as I am willing, I can become the artifact spirit of any magic treasure and establish the most complete spiritual connection with the owner of the magic treasure. Shui and I explained. You can do it now. Li Daochong felt that happiness had come too suddenly. He could not believe it. I could do it now. However, I'm not as brave as you. I can be struck by lightning at will. I will come out after I leave this place. Shui and I replied, All right, wait for me to pluck some thunder sea serious. We will leave this place. Li Daochong continued. With that, Li Daochong threw out Song ink. The recovered Song ink circled around him. All the falling lightning was attracted to Song ink. The lightning had expelled half of the devil origin poison in Li Daochong's body. However, the remaining half of the devil origin poison that had invaded deeper into his body could not be removed no matter what. Li Daochong's cultivation had recovered to the early yuanying stage. His primordial spirit was no longer in a dispirited state. Although it had not completely recovered, it was many times better than before. The Thunder Infant had also recovered. Li Daochong did not fear the lightning when he was in the middle gene dance stage. Naturally, he would not care about it now. However, the devil origin poison had not been completely removed. Li Daochong still needed to collect the 7 spiritual herbs. In just a few minutes, all the 1,000-year-old Thunder Sea Sirius on Sky Thunder Island had been plucked by Li Daochong. There were more than 2,000 stalks in his storage ring. After obtaining what he wanted, Li Daochong naturally did not need to stay any longer. With a flash, he flew back in the direction he came from. His speed was many times faster than when he came. Outside the area covered by the lightning clouds, Huling and Yao Ling did not leave. The latter kept urging Huling not to wait any longer. She believed that Li Daochong was definitely going to die. Huling's heart wavered. However, she still held onto a trace of unrealistic hope and did not leave. Huling wanted to wait for at least an hour. Plucking the spiritual herbs was not difficult. The Sky Thunder Island was not big. If there were no obstructions, a cultivator would be able to scour the entire Sky Thunder Island in no time. If Li Daochong did not come out after an hour, then there was no need to wait any longer. Little Fox Demon, don't waste any more time. I've said it before. That brat is not coming back. You don't need to have any wishful thinking. The lightning clouds on the Sky Thunder Island are growing stronger with every passing moment. According to what I know, the last yuanying late-stage expert of the Spirit Sea died here 300 years ago. No matter how strong that brat is, can he be stronger than a yuanying late-stage expert? Let's go. The demon spirit did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. In his opinion, he was waiting for nothing. Not even a shadow would come out from the Sky Thunder Island. Hulinger's beautiful eyes stared at the Sky Thunder Island and the rolling lightning clouds. Not long ago, the terrifying thunder and dazzling lightning seemed to be indicating something. The last bit of wishful thinking in her heart dissipated. Hulinger sighed. Li Daochong's appearance gave her a lot of anticipation. However, she did not expect that this fellow would seek his own death the moment they met. Let's go. Hulinger's expression dimmed. After speaking, Hulinger turned and flew away. The demon spirit followed closely behind. Daoist who? Didn't Lily ask you to wait here? Can't you wait any longer? Hulinger had just flown a few hundred meters when a clear voice sounded from behind. Hulinger's beautiful face was shocked. Just as she was about to turn around with her mouth wide open, a shadow flashed over. Li Daochong had already appeared in front of her. The demon spirit, who was flying, staggered and almost fell into the spirit sea from the sky. The demon spirit's nose was dripping with mucus. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide enough to swallow a watermelon. Come, wonderful book house. Chapter 680. Huling, and Yao Ling looked at the returning Li Daochong in shock. Both of them glanced at the rolling thunder clouds behind them. Dense, heavenly lightning poured down like a waterfall. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Not to mention, if one were to walk through it, they would definitely be struck to pieces. When they shifted their gazes back to Li Daochong, they couldn't believe how he had managed to survive in such a terrifying environment, where the 5 bolts of lightning struck continuously. What was even more unbelievable was that not only did Li Daochong not suffer any injuries, he was completely unscathed. There wasn't even a trace of being struck by lightning. How'd he do it? Hu Ling, and Yao Ling felt that their brains weren't enough. Li Daochong ignored the shocked gazes of Hu Ling, and Yao Ling. He only said, "Fellow Taoist Hu, is there something on Li Li's face?" "Oh, no. Hu Linger softly cried and awkwardly stammered. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "Is the location of the spatial crack far from here?" Li Daochong asked. "Very far." Hu Ling didn't hesitate. "Where is it?" Li Daochong frowned. Blackwood Star was simply too big. If Hu Ling said it was very far, then it really was very far. "It's near the endless abyss to the west of the endless mountain range," Hu Ling replied. Li Daochong pondered for a moment and roughly estimated the distance. Then, with a thought, that Song ink flew out. "Come on up, fellow Taoist who just needs to point the way." Li Daochong floated and landed on the Tsang ink. At this moment, under Li Daochong's control, the Tsang ink's blade expanded to 5 meters long and half a meter wide. Hu Ling, and Yao Ling flew onto the Tsang ink. "Both of you, stand firm," Li Daochong reminded them and moved his thought. Whoosh! A Tsang ink colored glow suddenly appeared, and Tsang ink shot out like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Tsang ink's multicolored light flashed through the clouds like lightning. Even if one stood on the surface of the sea and looked up, the Tsang ink's multicolored light was fleeting. His speed was so fast that it left people speechless. Half of the demonic poison in Li Daochong's body had been expelled, and his cultivation base had returned to the yuanying stage. When he used the 1,000-sound escape, his speed naturally increased by several times. With the help of Tsang Mo, Li Daochong's consumption would be much smaller. Plus, he had stored spiritual energy before. Li Daochong did not need to expend too much energy to maintain the 1,000-sound escape for a considerable period of time. Hu Ling, and Yao Ling stood on the Tsang ink's blade in disbelief. Such terrifying speed was something they had never experienced before. Other than the sound of the wind in their ears, they could not see their surroundings clearly. The speed was simply too fast. Soon, they had flown out of the spirit sea and entered the endless mountain range. When they came, they had spent a lot of time, but the return journey took less than 3 minutes. Hu Ling felt that it was too unreal. "Little fox demon, this friend of yours is incredible." Yao Ling could not help but send a voice transmission. "What's wrong?" Hu Ling did not understand what Yao Ling meant. "Before entering Sky Thunder Island, I clearly sensed that his cultivation base was only at the intermediate gene dance stage. After coming out, he's actually at the early yuanying stage. Don't you think it's amazing?" Yao Ling stroked his chin and said with a puzzled expression. Hu Ling, it was a loss. Ever since she met Li Daochong, she could not detect the depth of Li Daochong's cultivation base. Therefore, she did not know about the changes that had happened to Li Daochong's body. "Yao Ling, with your little ability, how can you detect Li Daoyo's cultivation base? How can you be so sure?" Hu Ling did not believe Yao Ling's words and replied. Yao Ling did not argue. He raised his hand, and there was an emerald bracelet on his wrist. Some words were displayed on it. "This is a detection spiritual treasure made by a master blacksmith of the Yao clan, the True Eye Bracelet. It can detect the cultivation base of any race below the body integration stage." Yao Ling continued to send a voice transmission. Hu Ling could clearly see the words early yuanying stage displayed on the bracelet. He was actually at the early yuanying stage. How long had it been? Hu Ling heart violently jumped. She had already overestimated Li Daochong, but in the end, she still found out that she had underestimated him. Just how did this guy cultivate? Ever since Li Daochong appeared, Hu Ling had been in shock again and again. Yuanying should be at the early yuanying stage, Hu Ling thought as she pursed her lips. Because Hu Ling had seen Li Daochong defeat the Blood Ape King, she knew that his cultivation base could not be used as a standard to judge his strength. If he was at the early Yuanying stage, then his actual combat power was at least at the late Yuanying stage. If that was the case, wouldn't Li Daocheng be an invincible existence on Blackwood Planet? Hu Ling took a deep breath, and a faint brilliance flashed through her beautiful eyes. It was as if she had seen a Kuei treasure. This thigh is thick enough. I have no choice but to hug it, Hu Ling thought to herself. While Hu Ling and Yao Ling were talking, they had already flown tens of thousands of kilometers. The death energy in the endless mountain range had no effect on Li Daocheng. Song Ying's speed did not slow down at all. In fact, it even increased. The appearance of the Hades emissary made Li Daocheng feel very uneasy. He was unable to determine when the Hades emissaries would discover this place. Li Daocheng had to cherish every second. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to conserve his spiritual energy. He used all the spiritual energy he had stored up in order to reach the spatial crack as soon as possible. At this speed, if Li Daocheng hadn't used his spiritual highland to protect Hu Ling and Yao Ling, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. However, even if Li Daocheng used the Thousand Sound Escape, they were still far away from their destination. An hour later, Li Daocheng's spiritual energy was finally exhausted. If he maintained the speed of the Thousand Sound Escape, he would have to consume his own spiritual energy. However, the result was that he could only maintain the flight for 25 minutes before Li Daocheng would be exhausted. However, they were still very far away from the spatial crack. According to Hu Ling, they were at least 2/3 of the way there. Li Daocheng also calculated and couldn't help but feel anxious. After flying for an hour with the Thousand Sound Escape, they had only flown 1/3 of the way there. If they were to continue flying, they would have to spend dozens of times more time. It would take them several days and nights to reach their destination. The return journey would be even more time-consuming. They wouldn't be able to return to the Spirit Sea without 7 or 8 days. After using up his spiritual energy, Li Daocheng's speed immediately slowed down. Naturally, he couldn't use his spiritual energy so recklessly. Li Daocheng asked tentatively, "Fellow Taoist who, this journey is too far. Do you have any teleportation magic treasures?" Li Li is willing to provide spiritual stones. Hu Ling remained silent. She didn't have any teleportation magic treasures. If she really had one, she would have used it long ago. Which teleportation magic treasure wasn't shockingly expensive. Even the cheapest one was at the profound heaven rank. Not only that, teleportation magic treasures were huge tigers that burned spiritual stones. Even the cheapest one would consume hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones. If one wasn't in the deity transformation stage, they wouldn't be able to afford it. I don't have any teleportation magic treasures. Hu Ling spoke the truth. Li Daocheng couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. If he had recovered to the soul formation stage and used the Thousand Sound Escape just now, he would have reached his destination long ago. Exalted Immortal Li, I do have a teleportation demon talisman left behind by the demon race in ancient times. However, this demon talisman requires a large amount of spiritual stones to use. I don't have that many spiritual stones on me. I need to go back to my cave to get some before I can use it. The demon spirit suddenly said. Oh, Li Daocheng's eyes lit up. Where is your cave? The demon spirit glanced at Hu Ling, then said, It's not far from here. Exalted Immortal Li, can you change directions and fly southwest for a few hundred kilometers? Li Daocheng nodded slightly. Song Inc. then changed directions and sped in the direction the demon spirit had mentioned. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the area the demon spirit had mentioned. There was nothing special about this place. It was no different from any other place in the Skyen mountain range. Every mountain was similar, like twins, one after another. The mountains were covered in all kinds of black, withered trees, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. However, as soon as they entered this area, the demon spirit constantly reminded Li Daocheng of the direction and distance. In reality, flying in the air didn't require turning. Once there was a direction, it was fine to fly in a straight line. However, the demon spirit was constantly telling Li Daochong to change directions, and the distance was also very particular. Li Daochong quickly understood that there was a defensive maze formation in this area. It was probably used to confuse cultivators or dark ghosts that accidentally entered this area. As long as they didn't follow a specific path, they would unknowingly be led in a different direction. Under the demon spirit's guidance, Li Daochong made 7 or 8 turns before diving into a valley. Then, he flew at a low altitude according to a specific direction. Finally, he entered a clearing shrouded in mist. Ahead of him were 2 mountains that seemed to be joined together. In the middle was an extremely narrow gap. Li Daochong controlled Song Ink to pass through. They entered a valley filled with extremely dense Qi. The mountain to the side didn't seem to have anything special about it, but the demon spirit had Li Daochong fly halfway up the mountain and land in front of a withered tree. This withered tree was no different from the others. The demon spirit walked in front of it, drew a pattern on the trunk, and then slapped it down. The withered tree split open, and the demon spirit entered. Huling and Li Daochong looked at each other in dismay before following in. When the 3 of them entered, the crack immediately closed, and the withered tree returned to normal as if there were no problems at all. On the other side of the crack in the withered tree, Li Daochong entered an immortal's cave. This seemed to be a storage space, not a space within the mountain. Its structure was extremely similar to the immortal's caves that cultivators liked in ancient times. Li Daochong's expression was calm, but when Huling entered, her body violently trembled. The demon jade on her body was violently vibrating as if it were about to explode. Moreover, it was emitting a never-before-heard buzzing sound from her storage ring. Huling didn't pay it much attention at first, believing that the immortal's cave the demon spirit spoke of was a temporary residence. But now, she realized that this place was not as simple as a temporary residence. The complexity of this place had already revealed some clues. And now, the demon jade was reacting so intensely. Hulinger involuntarily cried out, "This is the place where the demon vein is sealed?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes stared at the demon spirit, waiting for his answer. Chapter 681. The demon spirit stared at Huling and replied, "That's right, this is the demon vein." Although Huling had already guessed it, her body still trembled when she heard the demon spirit admit it. The demon vein. She had really found the demon vein. Her mother had never found any clues about the demon vein in her entire life, but she had actually found it. Hulinger's heart pounded rapidly. Finding the demon vein did not only mean that the demon race would be revitalized. Hulinger's mother had told her that the demon vein not only stored tens of thousands of pure demon eggs of the demon race. There were also many pills, magic treasures, and immortal-level cultivation methods that the demon race had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Any one of them would be a great opportunity and fortune. If all of them were obtained by one person, it would be enough for a demon god to appear. Hulinger's ambition was constantly growing. She wanted to revitalize the demon race, but she also wanted to become stronger and avenge her mother. After passing through the cave abode, they immediately entered a space sealed with a powerful demon formation. The demon spirit chanted an incantation and took out a round plate, placing it on the formation door. Li Daochong thought that the formation door would open, but who would have thought that this was just the prelude? As soon as the round plate was placed, the entire demon formation flashed, and 2 illusory dragon-shaped figures flew out. The 2 dragons, one black and one white, were 1,000 feet long, and their aura was comparable to that of a void refinement realm cultivator. Huling was intimidated by the demonic qi emitted by the 2 illusory dragons and lost her ability to move. Even the demon spirit looked troubled and couldn't help but take a small step back. The dragon race was the most powerful royal race of the demon race. Unfortunately, Even as powerful as the dragon race was, they couldn't escape from the claws of the Hades. It was enough to show how terrifying the underworld demons were. The white dragon and black dragon looked down at the demon spirit, and their eyes shone continuously, enveloping the demon spirit. They seemed to be verifying the demon spirit's identity. A few seconds later, they seemed to have completed the verification. Demon spirit, you found the descendant of the demon race? The white dragon's thunderous voice suddenly sounded. Dragon Lord, this is the orphan of the nine-tail race, a pure descendant of the nine-tail race, the demon spirit hurriedly said. Li Daochong, who was watching from the side, was secretly amazed by the layers of checkpoints of the demon clan. If it weren't for the fact that this demonic vein was being led by a demon spirit, even body integration cultivators wouldn't necessarily be able to find it. At this point, he still had to face two illusory dragon shadows. The value of their demonic chi was similar to that of a cultivator at the peak of the void refinement realm. The combined power of the two dragons was more than enough to take on an early body integration cultivator. Furthermore, they were only formed from demonic chi, so they didn't care about their own lives. Even if the nether demon had reached the level of the fiendish python, it would not be able to break through the defense of these two dragon shadows. The two dragon shadows were connected to the demonic array. Li Daochong's spiritual will could clearly sense that this demonic array was the final defensive link. The demonic power contained within it was incomparably immense. When Li Daochong's spiritual will came into contact with the demonic array, it was immediately reflected back. At that moment, Li Daochong's spiritual will was almost shattered. Fortunately, he was quick to react. After retracting his spiritual will, Li Daochong's back was drenched in cold sweat. If he had been careless just now, his sea of consciousness would have been annihilated. Li Daochong couldn't imagine the cultivation level of the mighty figure who had set up this demonic array. Even if this demonic vein was discovered, it would be extremely difficult for the invaders to obtain the last treasure of the demon clan if they didn't have the ability to reach the heavens. If they insisted on barging in, they would only be reduced to ashes. Thinking about it, only the demons of the Hades would have a chance to obtain the treasure if they discovered this place. For example, the prince of the Netherworld clan. Li Daochong knew that he was not a member of the demon clan. He was an outsider here, so he could just stand aside and watch. As for the treasure, he wasn't interested in it. Spirit pills, dharma treasures, and cultivation methods were of no use to Li Daochong. He didn't rely on these things for his cultivation. The Nine-Tail clan? The white dragon muttered after hearing the demon spirit's introduction. It turned to Hu Ling, and a ray of light shone on her like a scanner. A very pure Nine-Tail clan bloodline. She's a direct descendant. It's a pity that her cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, she could enter the demonic vein to search for opportunities. The white dragon confirmed Hu Ling's identity, but it clearly wouldn't allow her to enter the demonic vein. Demon spirit, it's been over 2,000 years. Haven't you found a suitable candidate? The black dragon suddenly asked. There was some displeasure and impatience in its voice. The two dragons had waited for far too long. Even existences like them were getting impatient. If the revival of the demon clan continued to drag on like this, it would most likely be ruined. The demon spirit's heart tightened. It immediately knelt down and said, Dragon Sovereign, I've been searching for a suitable candidate for the past 2,000 years. However, the death aura on Black Tree Star is getting thicker and thicker with each passing year. Now, more than half of the star has been occupied by death aura. It's long since lost its former glory. There are no more pure demon clan members. The bloodline of the demon clan has been diluted by a lot, and there are no more geniuses emerging. The cultivation environment of Black Tree Star can no longer produce any pure-blooded demon clan geniuses. This Nine-Tail clan descendant is not a member of Black Tree Star. The white dragon's eyes were fixed on the demon spirit as he spoke. The moment he spoke half a word of falsehood, the white dragon would immediately discover it. The demon spirit naturally did not dare to lie. After he finished speaking, The white dragon nodded slightly and muttered, "Demon spirit, you've indeed done your best for the demon clan over the years. Searching may seem simple, but it's also tedious. It's not easy for you to persist for more than 2,000 years. Even if you're just a demon spirit, to be able to persist for such a long time without betraying the demon clan and finding a way out for yourself, you've done well." The white dragon paused for a moment. His dragon eyes flashed as if he was thinking of something. In the end, he sighed and continued, "Forget it, forget it. Hades is strong, so you can't be blamed." After Black Tree Star was sealed by that immortal, although peace was preserved, it also cut off the opportunities and fortunes of the native demon clan members. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Since this Nine-Tail clan descendant can come here, she can be considered a fated person of the demon clan. The demon clan naturally cannot let her enter. However, the black dragon and I can give her some fortunes, but whether or not she can achieve anything will depend on herself. When the demon spirit heard this, he was delighted. He had suddenly decided to bring Hu Ling here, but it was actually a little risky. The demon spirit could not be more familiar with the tempers of the two revered dragons. Every 20 years, he would come here to report on the situation of the outside world. Hu Ling, who did not meet the requirements of being the successor of the demon clan. If he angered the revered dragons, it was very likely that his demon spirit would be erased. It would not be difficult to create a new demon spirit. The treasures of the demon clan could easily create a new demon spirit. Judging from the white dragon's attitude, the demon spirit's gamble this time had paid off. After the white dragon finished speaking, he opened his mouth and a white ball half the size of a fist flew out and landed in front of Hu Ling. "Little fox demon, this is the nine-tail pill left behind by the last nine-tail empress of your nine-tail clan before she died. It is the final condensation of demon power. If you consume it, it will be of great help to your cultivation. If you can cultivate the seventh tail within 3 years, the door to the demon clan will be open to you. Come back 3 years later. If you can't cultivate the seventh tail, then don't come back. You must not reveal anything here to the outside world. You should be clear about the stakes involved," said the white dragon. Hu Ling looked at the nine-tail pill in her hand in disbelief. As a descendant of the nine-tail clan, how could she not know about the supreme treasure of the nine-tail clan? Hu Ling's hands trembled uncontrollably. With a thud, she knelt in front of the two revered dragons and kowtowed. "Linger will not let the revered dragons down." The black and white revered dragons nodded. The black dragon also said, "Little fox demon, let me give you something too." After saying that, the black dragon spat out a ray of light that shot onto Hu Ling's body. In an instant, Hu Ling felt the demon core in her body grow rapidly. Her body felt warm, and long white tails appeared one by one behind her. 3 long tails and a small white tail. 3.5 tails. The small tail grew bit by bit. It only stopped when it was 2/3 of the length of the tail. Hu Ling's cultivation broke through the demon core stage and entered the demon infant stage, which was the yuanying stage of the human cultivation stage. The demon core split open and a small 9-tailed fox appeared. However, it only had 4 tails. The other 5 were extremely small and could not be seen if one did not look carefully. "Demon spirit, you have worked hard all these years. I will also give you some demon power so that you will have more confidence in doing things in the future. Revered white dragon, and I have sensed some unstable factors in the past year. Although we cannot find a reason, the demon array's senses will not be wrong. I'm afraid Blackwood Star will not be able to hide for much longer." As the black dragon spoke, he spat out a ray of light that landed on Demon Spirit. Demon Spirit's cultivation rose sharply. Like Hu Ling, she broke through to the Demon Infant stage. Demon Spirit's cultivation breakthrough was even greater than Hu Ling's. She only stopped when she reached the late-stage Demon Infant stage. "Thank you, revered dragon." Demon Spirit knelt and buried her head deep into the ground. "You all can go. Little fox, remember the 3-year agreement. Revered white dragon, and I will wait for you to come again. I hope you will not disappoint us." The black dragon said solemnly, "Yes, Hu Ling, and demon spirit said in unison. After speaking, they got up and left. Li Daochong had been standing near the door, quietly watching everything. At this time, he also turned and left. Stop. They can leave, but you can't. You are not of the demon race. Since you have entered this place, you know the shocking secret of the demon race. Those who are not of the same race will have different intentions. Since you have entered, don't leave. Stay here peacefully or die. Just as Li Daochong turned, the revered white dragon's voice sounded like thunder. What the F***? Li Daochong's heart skipped a beat. Hu Ling, and demon spirit also stopped in their tracks. They knew something was wrong. Chapter 682. Li Daochong, Hu Ling, and Yao Ling did not expect such a sudden turn of events. However, Yao Ling's heart screamed. He had neglected the fact that Li Daochong was a human. He was fine with it, but the revered dragons were not. The reason they were created was to protect the demon vein. Everything was based on the safety of the demon vein. There was no room for negotiation. Revered dragon, this is Ling, good friend. Can you make an exception? Ling, promises that he will not reveal the secret. Hu Ling hurriedly pleaded. Yao Ling did not say anything, because he knew that pleading was useless. Little demon fox, this is none of your business. You can leave. Revered white dragon said in a deep voice, his tone obviously changed. Revered dragon. Hu Ling wanted to continue pleading, but just as she spat out those two words, her divine sense trembled, and she hurriedly took a few steps back. Her head felt like it was about to explode. Little demon fox, those who are not of our race cannot be trusted even if they are not disloyal. If you don't leave now, you can forget about leaving. Revered white dragon's voice was like muffled thunder, with a strong sense of aggression. He was obviously really angry. Yao Ling saw that the situation was not right, and quickly pulled Hu Ling, saying to the revered dragons, Revered dragon, please calm down. I will take her away. Saying that, Yao Ling exerted more force, trying to pull Hu Ling away, but to no avail. Yao Ling was anxious. He did not intend to trick Li Daochong. It was just a moment of carelessness, because he had never brought anyone here before. If Revered Dragon wanted to keep Li Daochong, Yao Ling, who had gained Revered Dragon's approval, was much more important than Li Daochong. Hu Ling, could be said to be the last hope of the demon race. If anything happened to her, it would be breaking the demon race's last hope. Hu Ling stubbornly refused to leave, but she could not speak due to her splitting headache. Speaking of which, Hu Ling, and Li Daochong's friendship was not that deep. But for some reason, after Hu Ling interacted with Li Daochong again, she felt that whether she could leave this place or not, she could only rely on Li Daochong. Not only that, but Hu Ling's intuition told her that in the future, Li Daochong would be a great help in reviving the Yao clan. Of course, future matters were still far away. Leaving this place was the key. Since he had already found the demonic vein, Hu Ling did not want to stay in this damned place. Although there was a suitable place for demons to cultivate under the spirit sea, it was still a far cry from the real immortal lands in the three cultivation empires. Therefore, if he couldn't leave this place, it would be almost impossible for him to cultivate the seventh tail within 3 years. Weighing the pros and cons, Hu Ling couldn't allow Li Daochong to stay no matter what. But facing the dragon sovereign, she had no other choice. Just as Hu Ling was caught between a rock and a hard place, Li Daochong's faint voice sounded in her ears. You want me to stay? Can you keep him? Ugh. The demon spirit looked at Li Daochong with a dumbfounded expression. Hu Ling clutched her head as she struggled to open one of her beautiful eyes and looked at Li Daochong in shock. Li Daochong raised his head and stared at the two dragons. His expression didn't change much, as if he wasn't affected by the pressure emitted by the two dragons at all. The black and white revered dragons' eyes flashed with doubt. Even a void refinement realm cultivator might not be able to withstand the spiritual consciousness attack just now, let alone a mere Yuaniing cultivator. Not only did the white dragon attack Hu Ling, but it also included Li Daochong. However, Li Daochong stood there as if nothing had happened. As if nothing had happened. What arrogance! Human cultivator, you're just an early-stage Yuanian cultivator. Where did you get the confidence to be so arrogant? I'd like to see if I can keep you here. The white dragon's voice was loud like a bell. The sound waves were mixed with spiritual consciousness as they attacked Li Daochong at the same time. However, the sound waves and spiritual consciousness were like stones that fell into the sea. They disappeared very quickly and didn't even cause much of splash. The white dragon was really shocked this time. Previously, it was just a casual attack. Now that he had used his true force, it was still useless. The black dragon felt that something was amiss and became more vigilant towards Li Daochong. The black dragon suddenly let out a dragon roar and spat out a ball of black flames towards Li Daochong. Bang! Li Daochong's tongue ink shot out like lightning and destroyed the flames. What? The black dragon was shocked. Yao Ling and Hu Ling were also shocked by how easily Li Daochong defeated the black dragon's attack. Li Daochong didn't have the heart to fight with the two dragon shadows. He turned around and was about to leave. The white dragon shook its body and a small dragon emerged from its body. It roared and flew towards Li Daochong. Don't force me, Li Daochong said coldly. Facing the two dragons, Li Daochong wasn't afraid. If he wanted to invade the demon vein and break through the defense of the two dragons, it would be impossible with his current strength. Even if he recovered, it would be impossible. However, Li Daochong wasn't interested in the demon vein. He just wanted to leave and didn't want to attack the demon formation. Therefore, the two dragons couldn't unleash their full power. Attacking wasn't their forte. This was also why Li Daochong was so confident. The small white dragon was burning with white flames as it rushed towards Li Daochong. The white dragon didn't hold back. Seeing that he couldn't hold him back, he decided to kill him. Li Daochong was also furious. With Song Mo in his hand, he shouted and slashed out with his saber. Sunbreak slash. Zong. An inky brilliance flashed past, and the little white dragon's phantom was directly defeated and dissipated. The venerable white dragon groaned. The little white dragon was a part of its demonic power, so there was a connection between the two. Seeing this, the black dragon used its original body to rush towards Li Daochong. Its dragon mouth was wide open and demonic fire was burning inside. It was trying to swallow Li Daochong in one bite. Why aren't you two leaving? Li Daochong said telepathically. Only then did Hu Ling, and Yao Ling come back to their senses. They withdrew their bewildered gazes from Li Daochong and hurriedly flew out. Seeing the black dragon charging towards him, Li Daochong's throat was dry. The attack of the original body wasn't something that the small white dragon could compare to. Great Void's first sword. Li Daochong didn't hesitate and used his strongest move. The Great Void Sword technique had long surpassed the category of cultivation techniques. It was a truly powerful abhijna. If Li Daochong's cultivation level was high enough, he could use the Great Void Sword technique to destroy the world with a snap of his fingers. In fact, before Li Daochong could finish this move, the black dragon suddenly screamed. The black dragon deity let out a long groan, slammed on the brakes, turned around, and said in fear, "Exalted Immortal, it's a misunderstanding." Fortunately, Li Daochong had a thorough grasp of the Great Void Sword technique. He withdrew his strength in time and dissipated most of the power. However, it was impossible to withdraw all of it. He still slashed out. There was a buzzing sound. The sword light was like a wave. Boom! The white dragon acted in time, and the black dragon's demonic power shield opened at the same time. The two dragons were shaken to and fro. Li Daochong withdrew his sword in time. If he had used all his strength, the black dragon's demonic power shield might not have been able to withstand it. You're the successor of Immortal Ganyang? The white dragon was shocked. Immortal Ganyang? What Immortal Ganyang? Li Daochong frowned. Li Daochong's reaction confused the black dragon and the white dragon. This guy used the unique skill of Immortal Ganyang, but he didn't know who Immortal Ganyang was. Exalted Immortal. Was that move of yours the Great Void Sword technique? Reverend White Dragon asked eagerly. So what if it is? Li Daocheng felt a little strange. He had never heard of the name Immortal Ganyang. When he was in the Xinhua Federation, Li Daocheng had read a lot of ancient books. He knew more or less about the big shots in the spiritual realm of the human territory. However, he had never seen the name Immortal Ganyang. The great void swordsmanship was created by the Qianyang Immortal. It can split open the sky and split the earth. It is a great divine sense. Since you can learn it, whether you're the successor of the Qianyang Immortal or not, you are a fated person. Please forgive me for offending you just now. I, the second dragon envoy, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. The white dragon's attitude took a 180-degree turn. In this way, Li Daocheng was dumbfounded, and his interest in this immortal Qianyang was piqued. Just the fact that he created the great void sword technique was enough for Li Daocheng to find out more. However, Li Daocheng didn't have much time to listen to the stories of the two dragons. Can I go now? Li Daocheng asked lightly. Immortal Ganyang is the great benefactor of the demon clan. Exalted Immortal, since you know the great void sword technique, you have a good relationship with Immortal Ganyang. You can come and go freely in the demon territory. The white dragon's tone was gentle. Li Daocheng didn't say anything else. He turned and walked out of the Nayu space gate. The demon spirit and Hu Ling were waiting outside anxiously. They looked at Li Daocheng with surprise when they saw him come out so quickly. The demon spirit wanted to say something, but stopped. He looked at the Nayu space gate and seemed to be worried. Li Daocheng saw through the demon spirit's thoughts and said, "Those two silly dragons said that I'm fated with the demon clan and let me out." In fact, the demon spirit wasn't worried about the two dragons. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Li Daocheng was, he was no match for the two dragons. The demon spirit was worried that Li Daocheng would use some method to seal the Nayu space gate that led to the demon territory. That would be terrible. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 683. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Didn't you say there was a shortcut? Li Daocheng said when he saw the demon spirit standing there in a daze. The demon spirit awkwardly came back to his senses and immediately entered a stone room in the cave. He took out a simple bamboo slip with complicated patterns engraved on it. Exalted Immortal Li. This is a teleportation demon talisman. As long as we know the direction and estimate the distance, it can teleport us to an area close to our destination. The demon spirit explained simply. Li Daocheng took the lead. The so-called demon talisman and spiritual talisman should be similar. They were both spiritual tools that used spiritual energy. The three of them left the cave. The demon spirit placed the demon talisman that looked like a bamboo slip on the ground, and then a circle appeared. The demon spirit placed the spiritual stones in a specific location. Hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones were instantly absorbed when they were placed on the ground. The demon talisman flashed brilliantly. The demon spirit turned to Hu Ling, and said, "You control it." Hu Ling nodded. She immediately projected the location of the spatial crack in her sea of consciousness. Li Daocheng and the other two were standing in the circle. As a demon, Hu Ling naturally knew how to use the demon talisman. Hu Ling used her telekinesis, and the demon talisman immediately flew into the air and suspended above the three of them. A light shield shot down and wrapped the three of them. Li Daocheng only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes, and a slight whistling sound came to his ears. In the blink of an eye, they were in a wasteland. There were no mountains here, only some not-so-high slopes. The surroundings were gray, and the air humidity was low. The temperature was much lower than the spirit's sea, and the breath they exhaled was in the form of white mist. Li Daocheng's eyes twitched. This was the environment he saw when he passed through the spatial crack under the Heavenly Palace Club. The ground was gray without a trace of water. It was cracked, and there were dead trees condensed with white frost everywhere. This was no longer the area of the endless mountain range, but it didn't seem to be the great wilderness either. Fellow Taoist Li, we're here. If I remember correctly, the location of the spatial rift is on a slope 50 kilometers northeast of here, Hu said. Li Daochong nodded and didn't say anything. Song Ying flew out with Yao Ling and Hu Ling, towards the northeast. Naturally, there was no need to use the 1,000 sonic escape to cover a distance of 50 kilometers. With Li Daochong's maximum speed, he could cover the distance in less than a minute. Not long after, Li Daochong's group of 3 arrived at the slope Hu Ling mentioned. Li Daochong's divine sense covered the entire slope, and his eyes flashed. That's right, this was the place. This was where Li Daochong had first arrived. At that time, he had thought that this was a lost dead star in the Shenhua Federation. Who would have thought that it would lead to the Black Tree Star, a mysterious planet that had been sealed for over 2,000 years? Furthermore, this was not the Shenhua Federation, but the spirit realm of the monster race that had been occupied by the Hades for 3,000 years. Right now, the star field where Black Tree Star was located was completely under the control of the Hades. Li Daochong squatted down and touched the stiff, dark earth beneath his feet. He then looked into the distance. The messy pile of mining carts under the slope were still lying there quietly. It was not much different from when Li Daochong had first arrived. He remembered that he had been attracted by a weak magic gold fluctuation when he came here. Then, he had entered the mine not far away and found that piece of magic gold. The memory made Li Daochong's back feel a chill. He had never thought that he would go so deep into the heart of the Hades. However, now was not the time to be emotional. Li Daochong quickly began to examine the surrounding space. A few minutes later, Li Daochong had examined the surrounding space. However, he didn't find any signs of space loosening. It didn't look like an area where a spatial crack had appeared. The environment here was much more stable than any place Li Daochong had been since he had arrived. This was not a good sign. Li Daochong frowned slightly. How could a spatial crack become so stable after it closed? Hu Ling looked nervously at Li Daochong. Seeing him frown, her heart jumped violently and almost jumped out of her throat. Hu Ling had really had enough of this damn place. She was afraid that she would be locked in this barren land forever. Li Daochong continued to expand the range of his divine sense. At the same time, his gaze turned to the mine he had been to before. His divine sense penetrated the mine. Li Daochong's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that the unstable space had moved this place. With a whoosh, Li Daochong disappeared and appeared at the edge of the mine pit in the next second. Yao Ling and Hu Ling followed closely. The latter asked anxiously, Li Daochong, did you find anything? Li Daochong replied with uncertainty. The spatial crack from before should have moved down here. Yao Ling's expression changed. Exalted immortal Li, this is the starting point of the endless abyss. What exactly is hidden inside? After so many years, even this lowly one has not been able to find out. Hu Ling added, Li Daoyu, the endless abyss is another forbidden area on Blackwood Star. It's similar to Sky Thunder Island. Li Daochong nodded slightly. He rubbed his chin and said, You two wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look. Yao Ling wanted to stop him. However, when he recalled that Li Daochong had just returned safely from Sky Thunder Island, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Li Daochong's figure flashed and flew into the mine. Following the information transmitted by his divine sense, Li Daochong continued to descend. The deeper he went, the darker it became. He couldn't even see his own fingers. The pitch-black environment naturally didn't have much effect on Li Daochong. A bluish-gold light flashed in his eyes. His surroundings were clear. This place hadn't changed much from the last time Li Daochong was here. However, after hearing what Yao Ling and Hu Ling said, Li Daochong felt a chill run down his spine. Back then, Li Daochong didn't have the strength he had now. He actually entered this mine without thinking. If Li Daochong had known that this was one of the 3 forbidden areas on Blackwood Star, he definitely wouldn't have taken the risk, even if he was beaten to death. Very quickly, Li Daochong arrived at the spatial region that his divine sense had sensed. It just so happened that he was at the bottom of the mine. Li Daocheng's divine sense constantly gathered at one point, concentrating on exploring an extremely small spatial region. That's right, it was this spatial region. Every spatial region had its own specific fluctuations. Every spatial crack was different. In the entire spiritual realm, there wasn't a single spatial crack that had the same ready-made process. However, the stability of this spatial region was indeed much more stable than the last time Li Daocheng had been here. Li Daocheng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he didn't give up and focused his divine sense even smaller. Li Daocheng's divine sense wasn't strong enough to penetrate the spatial region. At least, it couldn't penetrate a large area, even if it was restored to its peak. However, if he constantly focused his divine sense to a point, the strength of his divine sense would become infinitely strong. It was possible to break through the spatial region. Of course, Li Daocheng didn't want to break through the spatial region at this moment. Instead, he wanted to accurately explore what was happening in this spatial region. Li Daocheng's forehead exuded a trace of sweat. Concentrating his divine sense to explore the spatial region was extremely taxing. After half an hour, Li Daocheng's mind suddenly shook. He finally detected an extremely obscure but extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Someone had repaired the spatial region. Li Daocheng suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The energy that repaired the spatial region was full of dense death qi. To be precise, it was devil qi. It was even more powerful than the devil qi released when the fiendish python opened the spatial channel. Was it Ming Mo who repaired the spatial crack? But wasn't there no Ming Mo here? Could it be that the Hades had already discovered this place? A series of questions popped up in Li Daocheng's mind. At the same time, his palms were sweating. Although Li Daocheng's heart was surging with waves at this time, he didn't lose his concentration. Li Daocheng released his divine sense and scanned the entire space indiscriminately. If other reasons caused the spatial crack to close, Li Daocheng might not be able to do anything about it. However, devil qi was different. As long as it was something from the Hades, Li Daocheng had a way to devour it. When he was on the Kanwu star, Li Daocheng could devour the lingering thoughts of the Demon King, let alone devil qi. No matter how huge it was still a dead thing. Chapter 684. Li Daocheng's spiritual sense devoured the demonic qi bit by bit. After clearing half of the demonic poison in his body, the strength of his spiritual sense had greatly increased. Although the demonic qi surrounding the unstable space was powerful, it was still an imperceptible thing. As long as Li Daocheng didn't forcefully clear it out, he could slowly devour it. Compared to the Demon King's lingering thoughts, devouring the demonic qi was much easier. Li Daocheng's spiritual senses' hot-blooded level-up device continuously issued notifications, quickly replenishing the spiritual qi in his body. The energy required to repair the space was abnormally large. Li Daocheng methodically devoured it for an entire hour, but only managed to devour half of it. After the demonic qi weakened, the unstable space that was sealed by the demonic qi reignited from the ashes. The space around Li Daocheng became more and more unstable, even forming a vortex of distortion. Seeing this, Li Daocheng withdrew his spiritual sense and stopped devouring the remaining demonic qi. If he devoured all the demonic qi, the space here would collapse, and that would be troublesome. He only needed to maintain the space in an open and closed state. When the time came, he only needed to clear out the remaining demonic qi, and the space crack would reopen. Li Daocheng's gaze swept across the surrounding space. After confirming that there was no problem, he added a spiritual sense seal to cover up the spatial fluctuations before ascending. Not long after, Li Daocheng flew out of the mine under the surprised gazes of the Yao Ling and Hu Ling. Seeing that Li Daocheng hadn't come out for so long, the Yao Ling and Hu Ling felt somewhat uneasy. Even with the precedent of Sky Thunder Island, the two Yao Ling weren't confident in Li Daocheng. After all, the three great forbidden lands on Black Tree Star were very mysterious. No one knew how the three great forbidden lands were formed or what was inside. Was it the work of the Hades? Or was it a mystery left behind by the Yao clan before the Hades invaded Black Tree Star? Or was it the work of an immortal cultivator who passed by? Regardless of which possibility it was, it indicated that the three great forbidden lands hid some unknown secret. Any one of them wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could contend against. Even a genius like Li Daochong definitely couldn't. Therefore, when Li Daochong returned safe and sound, the Yao Ling and Hu Ling were still shocked. Of course, the Yao clans, they also needed help in resisting the Hades. In the future, the Yao clan's revival, they would need help by the of them. And the Yao clans would need help in the future. The Yao clans needed help. Before the Hades had before the Hades, before the Hades, before the Hades. The demon race and the human race were not friendly neighbors. On the contrary, they were wary of each other and would occasionally go to war. Is, friend, S and souls. Lee's, S. How? Did you find anything? Hulinger asked impatiently. The spatial crack is down there. I've already dealt with it, but I can't open it completely yet. Li Daochong nodded. What? Is there a problem? Hulinger asked. Li Daochong was silent for a moment. The reason the space here is stable is because someone deliberately repaired the unstable space. If it's nurtured for a while, the demonic chi will distort the space and lead to the depths of the Hades. His words were shocking. Hiss! The Yao Ling and Hu Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Demonic chi? Li Daoyu, how can there be demonic chi here? Although there are many mysterious places on Black Tree Star, in the past 2,000 years, there hasn't been an underworld ghost above the soul, devouring ghost. The witch ghost only appeared recently. This is the result of a long time of evolution. The witch ghost's rank isn't very high. Only underworld devils have demonic chi. According to what I know, it's impossible for underworld devils to exist on Black Tree Star. Hu Ling said in disbelief. Li isn't very clear about this either. From the moment Li came here until now, everything he's heard and experienced indicates that Black Tree Star hasn't been discovered by the Hades. It's a cultivation planet isolated from the rest of the world, but tainted with death chi. Aside from the lowest grade dwarf ghosts and bound spirits that are used to modify the environment, the rest are underworld ghosts that have slowly evolved over time. The Hades didn't directly invade this place. All signs indicate that Black Tree Star hasn't been discovered by the Hades. Fellow Taoist who is right. It's impossible for underworld devils to exist here. However, the energy Li sensed in the mind that repaired the unstable space was demonic chi. Moreover, it was very powerful, Li Daochong said with certainty. Could it be that the Hades have already discovered this place? Hu Ling felt a chill rise from the bottom of her feet to her head. She shivered. It's possible, Li Daochong said as he looked up at the dusky sky. There was a sense of urgency in his eyes. Li Daoyu, since we've discovered the spatial crack, why don't we think of a way to open it? Wouldn't it be safe to leave this place? Hu Ling asked. The demon spirit's expression shook. It's easy for us to leave, but what about the demon vein? Hu Ling's expression was solemn. If the underworld devils really do descend, will we be able to protect the demon vein while we're here? The demon spirit was speechless. We can't leave yet. Just now, Lily unsealed a portion of the demonic chi, causing the space to return to an unstable state. The remaining demonic chi can't be completely removed. Once it's removed, the space here will collapse, and we won't be able to return. Li Daochong's expression was solemn. Then what do we do? Hu Ling couldn't hide her desire to leave Black Tree Star as soon as possible. Lily must remove the demonic poison from his body. Only after he recovers his cultivation can he remove the demonic chi and control the collapse of the space, Li Daochong replied. Recover his cultivation? Hu Ling, and the demon spirit were stunned. They didn't understand what Li Daochong meant. It turned out that he wasn't in peak condition yet. They had been with Li Daochong for so long. yet they couldn't sense the demonic poison in his body. Demonic poison, the demon spirit stuttered. His eyes widened as he stared at Li Daochong in disbelief. There were countless death poisons in the nether realm, and demonic poison was one of the most terrifying poisons among them. Every drop of demonic poison was the essence of the underworld liquid secreted by the underworld devils after thousands of years of condensation. Demonic poison was fatal to all creatures of the spirit realm. Just one drop was enough to destroy a second-grade cultivation planet. Of course, demonic poison was the lifeblood of every underworld devil. It couldn't be used casually because it would greatly reduce the underworld devil's cultivation. It could even harm their foundation, making it impossible for them to advance. Li Daoyu, how do you treat this demonic poison? Hu Ling stared at Li Daochong, dumbfounded. Hu Ling couldn't imagine how an early Yuanian cultivator could run around so energetically after being poisoned. He could even speak as if nothing had happened. Li Daochong replied. Li inadvertently came across a formula that can remove the demonic poison in Li Li's body. There are still 3 types of spirit herbs that have yet to be found. I wonder if fellow Taoist who knows where these 3 types of spirit herbs grow? Hu Ling immediately said, I don't know which spirit herbs they are. Although I haven't been on Blackwood Planet for long, I've been to many places in search of demon veins. As long as Li Daoyu can provide me with the characteristics of the spirit herbs, I might know where to find them. Li Daochong shot out a strand of his divine sense. Hu Ling, and the demon spirit immediately sensed the information contained within. The 3 types of spirit herbs had distinct scents. If one had seen them before, they would be able to recognize them easily. Hu Ling frowned and continued. Li Daoyu, I only know where to find one of the spirit herbs. I don't know the other 2. Li Daochong's eyes flashed with regret. The demon spirit suddenly said, Exalted Immortal Li, I have these 3 types of spirit herbs. Li Daochong suddenly looked at the demon spirit, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. Where? Chapter 685. The demon spirit took out a storage bag from its waist and took out a few spiritual herbs. Li Daochong's eyes flashed with brilliance. He reached out his hand and grabbed the spiritual herbs. Li Daochong scanned it with his spiritual sense and confirmed that it was the 3 spiritual herbs he needed. His eyes were filled with excitement as he asked, Is there more? The demon spirit nodded and handed the storage bag to Li Daochong. The latter took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Then, Li Daochong frowned. There were a lot of things in the bag. More than half of them were various kinds of spiritual herbs. There were thousands of them, but Li Daochong only had a few dozen of the 3 spiritual herbs he needed. This amount was far from the spiritual brain's calculation. It would take at least 1,000 of each spiritual herb. This isn't enough. Is there nothing else? Li Daochong returned the storage bag to the demon spirit. There is, but I didn't bring it with me. It's in a cave on an isolated island in the spirit sea. That's where I stay every time I wake up. The demon spirit replied, Take me there. Li Daochong's tone was urgent. He felt that there wasn't much time left. The demon spirit nodded slightly and took out a teleportation talisman. Just like when they came, hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones were used up. Whoosh! The 3 disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, they were already at the intersection of the endless mountain range and the spirit sea. Immortally, I've already used up all the spiritual stones on me. I can only provide enough energy to teleport here. I'll have to trouble Immortally to fly on his sword for the rest of the journey. However, the island isn't too far from here. The demon spirit said as it kept the teleportation talisman. Li Daochong nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. The Tsang ink flew out and floated in front of the 3. The 3 stood on the Tsang ink. With a swoosh, the Tsang ink broke through the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Under the guidance of the demon spirit, Li Daochong used the 1,000-sound escape and arrived above the island in a few minutes. In fact, it was impossible to see the island below from the sky. The surrounding sea fog was very thick. However, within the sea fog, there There were tens of thousands of islands of varying sizes. The island where the demon spirits lived was hidden within. With the master leading the way, they naturally arrived very quickly. Although it was called an isolated island, it was actually the peak of a mountain that was exposed above the sea. After the demon spirit landed on the island, it bent down and picked up a piece of rock. It was a mechanism. A stone door slowly opened. They entered a long and narrow passageway that extended downwards for several hundred meters before suddenly opening up. This place seemed to be the hinterland of a mountain. A mountain under the sea had been forcefully hollowed out. The project seemed huge, but for cultivators of Jindan and above, excavating such a hinterland was not a big deal. The hinterland was extremely spacious. It was divided into several plates. One of the large stone rooms stored hundreds of shelves. Each shelf displayed various kinds of spirit herbs. Li Daocheng's spiritual force quickly found the 3 spiritual herbs. In fact, other than these 3 spiritual herbs, there were no other spiritual herbs. Li Daocheng had all 7 kinds of spiritual grasses that he needed, but the number of Thundersea epiphyllum was very small, only a few in total, and only 2 clear sungrass. As for the other 5 spiritual grasses, there were more of them. Although Li Daocheng was very anxious to get rid of the demonic poison in his body, he did not show it. Li Daocheng was not used to taking other people's things for free. He said to the demon spirits, "I want all 3 kinds of spiritual grasses. In exchange, I can raise your cultivation by a small realm. However, I need to wait until the demonic poison in my body is removed before I can help you. I wonder if you can give me an advance." The demon spirits originally wanted to give Li Daocheng for free. Although the 3 kinds of spiritual grasses were good things, he did not have any trading partners on Blackwood Star. There was no point in keeping them. He might as well do this demonic young, exalted immortal a favor at little cost. That was what the demon spirits thought. However, after hearing Li Daocheng's words, its heart skipped a beat. It would be difficult to refuse such a good thing. "Exalted immortal Li, please," the demon spirits replied. Li Daocheng nodded slightly. His figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after, he returned with all 3 kinds of spiritual grasses. Li Daocheng asked as soon as he appeared, "Demon spirits, is there a place to refine medicine in your cave?" "Exalted immortal Li, this demon spirits is not talented. I don't have any talent in refining medicine. I didn't build a special refining room. I only have a secret room for cultivation." The demon spirits spoke the truth. Li Daocheng immediately said, "A cultivation room is fine too." "Exalted immortal Li, the cultivation room is at the end of the corridor on the left." The demon spirits pointed. Li Daocheng did not say anything. He disappeared and appeared outside the cultivation room in the next moment. He pushed the door open and closed it. Li Daocheng immediately took out the spiritual brain and all the spiritual grasses that he had collected. The 7 kinds of spiritual grasses added up to more than 30,000. Li Daocheng followed the ratio calculated by the spiritual brain and mixed the 7 kinds of spiritual grasses together. Li Daocheng was not an alchemist. However, he had learned a lot about alchemy from Wei Beitong. Perhaps he could not be compared to the alchemists in the outside world. However, compared to the alchemists on Blackwood Star who had been isolated for more than 2,000 years, Li Daocheng's level was not ordinary. The small bottle of herbs that Li Daocheng had taken in Wuxia village was actually a mixture of the 7 kinds of spiritual grasses. The only thing to pay attention to was the ratio. Li Daocheng was not sure if refining these spiritual grasses would be ineffective. Therefore, he did not take the risk at first. First, he took out a few hundred herbs and mixed them together. Then, according to the dregs in the bottle, he made an identical paste. Li Daocheng then drank a small basin of the paste that was filled with spiritual energy. Then he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing while consuming the medicinal energy. At first, Li Daocheng did not feel any signs of detoxification. On the contrary, because these spiritual grasses were very old, they contained a lot of spiritual energy. After digesting them, Li Daocheng's spiritual energy increased by a lot. After half an hour, there was still no effect. Li Daocheng's heart sank. If this method didn't work, then there would be no one to respond to his cries. After more than 10 minutes, Li Daocheng still felt nothing. He began to wonder if he had misjudged the effect of the paste in Wuxia village. Li Daocheng could not help but feel bitter. Just as he was about to end his adjustment and increase the dosage, a blue light suddenly flashed in the depths of his sea of consciousness. The hot-blooded upgrader, which had been depressed for a long time, had an intense reaction. Li Daocheng was shocked. It worked. The hot-blooded upgrader had always been in the depths of Li Daocheng's sea of consciousness. It was a blue ball of light. Since he was poisoned, the blue ball of light had almost lost its luster. It only flickered occasionally and then died. At this time, it was flashing as if it was charging. At the same time, the devilish poison in Li Daocheng's body began to loosen. The remaining devilish poison that even the sky thunder could not remove showed signs of being dissolved. Li Daocheng was ecstatic. According to the ratio, these 7 herbs were really the antidote for the devilish poison. A few minutes later, a quarter of the remaining devilish poison in Li Daocheng's body was dissolved. The dissolved devilish poison was still devilish poison, but it was not as strong. It was like diluted concentrated sulfuric acid. Its corrosiveness was greatly reduced. Beep, absorbing devilish poison and transforming it into spiritual energy. A clear and continuous prompt sounded in Li Daocheng's sea of consciousness. It had been a long time since he heard such a continuous prompt. Li Daocheng felt refreshed. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly broke out. During the days when he was poisoned, Li Daocheng seemed to be fine. In fact, there was a big stone in his heart. Although he suppressed the devilish poison, he could not remove it. It was like a time bomb buried in his body. It could explode at any time, but he did not know when it would explode. The feeling of being unable to control was extremely oppressive and uncomfortable. Li Daocheng felt as if he had been reborn. The withered state of the primordial spirit in his body gradually disappeared. The thunder-nascent soul that had merged with the primordial spirit quickly recovered, constantly releasing electric sparks. But after a quarter of the devilish poison was diluted, everything stopped. Li Daocheng opened his eyes. Pop, pop, blue and gold sparks flashed in his eyes. He immediately got up and mixed the spiritual herbs again. After confirming that it was effective, Li Daocheng immediately became bold and took out hundreds of spiritual herbs again. This time, in addition to strictly controlling the proportion, Li Daocheng began to perform simple refining. Simply crushing the spiritual herbs and mixing them together was a serious waste. It was impossible to gather the medicinal efficacy of the spiritual herbs together. After taking it, the absorption was not very good. The utilization rate was less than 5%. This was simply a reckless waste of natural resources. In order to make better use of the spiritual herbs, Li Daocheng decided to refine pills. He happened to have an alchemy furnace on him, which he had obtained at the auction. The alchemy process was not complicated. Li Daocheng did not have the ability to refine high-grade spirit pills, but he could still refine the spirit pills and gather the medicinal efficacy. Because of his powerful spirit sense, Li Daocheng could accurately control the temperature. Detoxification spirit pills were much easier to refine than cultivation spirit pills. As long as the proportion was right, he could succeed. It would also not take too long. An hour later, Li Daocheng had 5 yellow bean-sized pills in his hand. For the first time, Li Daocheng did not refine them in large quantities. If they were useless, it would be a waste. After all, he could not be sure if the pills would still have the effect of detoxification. It can dilute the demonic poison. Let's call this pill Demonic Dispelling Pill. Li Daocheng looked at the 5 pills in his hand and whispered to himself. Li Daocheng took out a pill and swallowed it. He immediately sat down cross-legged to digest the medicinal efficacy and began to detoxify the poison. Li Daocheng had just adjusted his breathing for a while when the remaining demonic poison began to loosen. A faint smile appeared on his face as he closed his eyes. After refining the pill, the medicinal efficacy had indeed increased by several times, and its effect had also become stronger. The notification sounded again. This time, it was only one demonic dispelling pill that removed a similar amount of demonic poison. To refine one demonic dispelling pill, 7 types of spiritual herbs were added together. The medicinal paste that he had casually crushed and mixed together used more than 500 spiritual herbs. It was really a waste. Li Daocheng opened his eyes again. He directly picked up 3 of the remaining 4 demonic dispelling pills and swallowed them all. He stored the last one in his storage ring. In fact, according to the amount of demonic poison remaining in his body, he only needed 2 pills. To be safe, Li Daocheng took 3 pills. He had to get rid of all the demonic poison in his body. More than 10 minutes later, Li Daocheng's body was full of spiritual energy. His primordial spirit let out a long howl in the world within his body. Boom! Li Daocheng's cultivation continued to climb. Yuaning intermediate stage. Yuaning late stage, spiritual energy surged out like a tide. The spiritual energy that he could not absorb before was absorbed into his primordial spirit and became a part of it. Yuaning peak stage. Early soul formation stage. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning flashed on Li Daocheng's body. His azure martial robe seemed to be plated with a layer of bright blue gold. His entire body was wrapped in lightning. His cultivation did not stop climbing until he reached the peak of the middle soul formation stage. When Li Daocheng opened his eyes once more, the depression from before had been completely swept away, and he had completely recovered his usual clarity. Just as Li Daocheng was detoxifying, the space in a withered forest more than 50 kilometers away from Wuxia village in a wasteland became more and more unstable. This was the initial place where Li Daocheng and the fiendish python fell into the Blackwood Star. The fiendish python is dead. How did a guy named Li Daocheng do it? A deep and hoarse voice came from the other side of the unstable space. No one knew who it was. Zhou Luoyin, the fiendish python is not a big deal. Don't you think this cultivation planet hidden under our nose is more worthy of attention? The fiendish python didn't die in vain. Another hollow voice came. Mobile version update website. Chapter 686. Yes, I didn't expect there to be such a cultivation planet in such a conspicuous location. More than 2,000 years have passed, but we still haven't discovered it. What happened here that could blind the eyes of the entire Hades? Zhou Luo's deep and hoarse voice followed. Yes, even His Royal Highness didn't discover this place. This time, we spent a lot of high-level netherworld stones, and even used soul essences to send us here. The seal here is so strong that even His Royal Highness can't do anything about it, which shows how powerful the person who set the seal is. To kill Li Daocheng, it's more important to figure out the secret of this planet. It's amazing that it could hide under the eyes of the demon god for so long. Even now, we can't determine the location of this place. If Fiendish Python didn't leave a wisp of soul lamp before it died, we wouldn't have been sent here, Kong Yu said. The space outside the withered forest was distorted to a certain extent. Suddenly, an opening was torn open, and 2 figures walked out. Suddenly, the whole area was filled with devil chi, the withered trees cracked, and the ground trembled slightly. With a snap, the space opening closed. The figures who walked out of the space opening were pale and bloodless, even worse than black and white impermanence. The 2 figures were about the same height. They were tall and slender, about 2.5 meters tall. They wore cardigans with long black sleeves, and their chests were bare. Their skin was bluish-gray, and their lines were as sharp as knives. These 2 people were 2 of the 12 demon kings under Sakyamappa, Prince of Jiuyo, Zhou Luo-yin, and Mo Jitian. Both of them were demon kings. The fiendish python was just an ant in front of them, and they could kill it easily. After Li Daocheng killed the fiendish python, it left a wisp of soul lamp. Although the soul lamp had a very powerful signal guidance that could even penetrate the space barrier, the soul lamp left by the fiendish python hundreds of years ago might not have been able to send out a signal. But now, the seal on the Blackwood star was weakened a lot, which allowed the soul lamp to send out the space coordinates. Even so, the powerful prince of Geo, Sakyamappa, still couldn't enter this place. If it weren't for the fact that the imperial tutor, Yama King, had forcefully opened a hole in the wall, they wouldn't even have been able to enter this place. However, the price to open this opening was also extremely high. Not only did it consume a large amount of resources, but the Yama King also had to pay a drop of Yama King blood essence. This drop of Demon King blood essence not only needed to devour a large number of powerful human souls, it also needed to rest for half a year to recover. Therefore, if Zhou Luoyin and Mo Jitian failed to complete their mission, they would suffer a great loss. Of course, whether it was Sakyamappa and Yama King, Zhou Luoyin and Mo Jitian who had come to Black Tree Star, or the nether demons by Sakyamappa's side, all of them were extremely confident in killing Li Daochong and uncovering the secrets of Black Tree Star. Infernal King level Infernal Devils corresponded to peak body integration stage human cultivators or even tribulation transcendence cultivators. This level of existence was enough to destroy the world. However, Zhou Luoyin and Mo Jitian still had restrictions placed on them when they arrived on Black Tree Star. Thus, they were unable to display their full strength. Because the spiritual chi on Black Tree Star had not completely disappeared, when Infernal King level Infernal Devils entered here, they would also trigger the violent Nine-Heaven Primordial Thunder. When Yama King opened the space opening, he had measured the environment of Black Tree Star. Death chi and spiritual chi coexisted here, so it was not suitable for Infernal Devils to enter in their full state. However, even if they were suppressed, Zhou Luoyin and Mo Jitian could still crush the entire Black Tree Star, no matter what was here, including Li Daochong. The fiendish python's soul lamp not only provided the location, but also conveyed some information about Li Daochong. According to Yama King's analysis, Li Daochong's real strength was not as strong as the fiendish pythons, but it was very likely that he had cultivated some kind of powerful cultivation method. If he was provoked, his battle strength would soar and reach the peak of void training stage human cultivators. Infernal devils at the level of Devil General would be killed if they were careless. This kind of ability to fight people at a higher level aroused the vigilance of the Netherworld clan. Li Daochong had been on the blacklist of human cultivators who needed to be assassinated, ranking in the top 100. Zhou Luoyin and Mo Jitian slightly adapted to the chaotic environment around them. The devil chi on their bodies immediately converged, only emitting a little bit of death chi. Zhou Luoyin's devil thought moved, and soon the sound of horse hooves came from all directions. More than 10 nearby horse faces quickly rushed over, but these horse faces had fire spirals in their eyes, like puppets. Their dead souls had been destroyed by Zhou Luoyin's devil thought, and all of their souls have been searched. Zhou Luoyin did not find any valuable clues, but he saw a war from one of the dead souls of the horse faces. The picture was blurred, and Zhou Luoyin only saw tens of thousands of creatures of the Netherworld besieging a human village, and then these creatures were all killed, and then the picture disappeared. This horse face only watched from a distance, and did not participate in the siege of the human village. From this horse-faced dead soul, Zhou Luoyin could clearly feel that it was deeply afraid of a certain existence in a human village. Trash. Zhou Luoyin cursed darkly. The Netherworld had always been the ultimate race above all other living beings. A horse face that already had a preliminary soul sense was actually afraid of a human, and, as a devil king, Zhou Luoyin could not accept it. Let's go to that human village first. Mo Jitian looked in the direction of Wuxia village and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the two nether demons soared into the sky and disappeared with a whoosh. Pa, pa, pa. The dozen or so remaining soulless horse faces exploded one after another, instantly dissipating into dust and vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Luoyin and Mo appeared outside Wuxia village. As usual, Wuxia village had a few village warriors patrolling the village's withered wooden walls. In the village, the elderly and children were doing what they could. Some of the warriors were out hunting, and the warriors guarding the village were diligently practicing the cultivation method that Li Daochong had left behind. These days, Wuxia village's combat strength had greatly increased. The horse face that used to be extremely powerful was no longer much of a threat to them. 2 or 3 warriors working together could easily defeat it. A few of the more talented ones could defeat the horse face alone, and their strength was still improving. As long as they did not appear in groups, the Wuxia village's warriors could also kill the most terrifying demon beasts in the vast wilderness, the Minotaurs. In just 2 months, Wuxia village had become the most powerful village in the southern part of the vast wilderness. Many scattered humans flocked to this place, hoping to join them. Of course, Ananu, the village chief of Wuxia village, would not refuse. His dream was to build a large city with a population of more than 100,000. Ananu had always believed that the humans living in the vast wilderness could only survive better if they put aside the prejudice between the tribes and gathered together. If the humans were always scattered in the vast wilderness, they would be eaten up by the demon beasts one day. During this time, Wuxia village had almost doubled in size. It had merged with all the villages within a 100-kilometer radius. Ananu stood in the open space in the middle of the village and looked down at the village's warriors who were practicing the 9-split fist incantation diligently. He felt an indescribable sense of relief. The technique that Immortally had left behind was truly mysterious. It was very suitable for fighting against demon beasts and had great power. Grand Elder sat below the stage and drank the misty herb tea. This was one of the few weeds in the vast wilderness that could still be used to make tea. He gently took a sip and glanced at Ananu on the stage. He said, "Ananu, in a few days, the villagers of the great desert village will also arrive here. By then, the number of villagers in Wuxia village will exceed 1,000. If we continue to expand, we can't develop according to the village model." Ananu nodded and said, "That's right. I've already arranged for Uduo to go to Mount Long Breath to look for limestone mines. A batch will be shipped back in a few days. The new city walls will all be made of limestone." Grand Elder sipped his tea with a longing expression. The old man had never thought that he would see the hope of the humans in the vast wilderness in his lifetime. From the day he was born, there was no hope for anything. Everyone in the vast wilderness was struggling at death's door. They lived one day at a time. It's all thanks to exalted immortally. Grand Elder suddenly sighed with emotion. Yes, exalted immortally must be an immortal from the other side of the endless mountains. Ananu raised his head and glanced in the direction of the endless mountains. Exalted immortal Li had already been in the endless mountains for more than 2 months. He did not know where he was now. Before exalted immortal Li appeared, Ananu would never have believed that anyone could pass through the endless mountains to reach the other side. However, after witnessing exalted immortal Li's miraculous immortal-like abilities, Ananu believed that exalted immortal Li could definitely pass through the endless mountains. However, just as Ananu raised his head, he saw 2 black spots in the void. The moment he saw them, Ananu's pupils shrank. He mistook them for 2 flying ghost beasts. Just as Ananu was about to take out his bow and arrow, the 2 black spots moved. Ananu only felt his eyes shake, and 2 tall men appeared in front of him. They were Zhou Luoyin and Mo. The 2 landed and scanned their surroundings. They did not sense Li Daochong's aura. When they came, the state preceptor, King Yama, simulated Li Daochong's aura for them to sense. Ananu stared blankly at the 2 strange fellows descending from the sky. He asked softly, "You, who are you?" Zhou Luoyin and Mo. acted as if they did not see Ananu. "That person is not here," Zhou Luoyin said with some disappointment. Mo's dark red eyes flashed slightly. He turned to look at Ananu. With a wave of his hand, Li Daochong's figure appeared out of thin air. "Have you seen this person?" Emoji Tian asked indifferently. When Ananu saw Li Daocheng's figure, his heart skipped a beat. The two strange fellows in front of him gave him an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Death Chi. Ananu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Who are you? When Ananu asked again, he felt that he had used up all his strength. Emoji Tian, why are you wasting words with these ants? Just search their souls. Zhou Luoyin's hoarse voice was filled with disdain. Ugh. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Ananu groaned. His brain felt like it had exploded. His entire body froze on the spot. The Grand Elder below the stage looked at this scene in horror. He felt that something was wrong. Whether it was their body shape, skin color, or eyes, these two people did not have any human characteristics. Instead, they emitted a strong death chi. The Grand Elder knew that Ananu was in danger. However, as an old man in his twilight years, there was nothing he could do. Thus, he stood up to leave. However, before the Grand Elder could stand up, his head buzzed. In that instant, he was in incomparable pain. Then, the light in his muddy old eyes disappeared. He was dead. That person really did come here. He was the one who killed the tens of thousands of ghost beasts. Zhou Luoyin effortlessly searched Ananu and the Grand Elder's soul senses. Not to mention ordinary people like Ananu and the Grand Elder. Even a cultivator like Yuan Ying would not be able to resist. Do you have any clues about that person's whereabouts? Emoji Tian asked. That person went to a place called the Endless Mountain Range. Zhou Luoyin immediately replied. Endless Mountain Range? The Imperial Preceptor is really resourceful. When we came, he mentioned this name. The Imperial Preceptor's underworld art is really miraculous. Emoji Tian's eyes widened slightly. He couldn't help but feel a little more wary of the Yama King in his heart. No one in the Netherworld clan knew exactly how strong this Imperial advisor who followed His Highness had become. The Endless Mountain Range is not far from here. Let's go. Zhou Luoyin immediately said. Let's go. Emoji Tian nodded. Who are you people? Just as the two underworld demons were about to leave, a shout came from below the stage. Zhou Luoyin did not even look at that person. He flew into the sky, and a wave of air followed him. Strong winds blew in Wuxia village. The wooden houses collapsed, and the sturdy, withered wooden walls were torn apart. Before the villagers could figure out what was going on, they were pierced by the wooden spikes flying in all directions. Wuxia village was razed to the ground in an instant. Corpses littered the ground. Men, women, old, and young all died tragically on the spot. The peaceful scene a moment ago turned into a purgatory in an instant. Zhou Luoyin and Emoji Tian were thousands of miles away in an instant. On the isolated island in the Spirit Sea, when Li Daocheng came out of the cultivation room, the demon spirit and Hu Linger were both stunned. The two demons could not sense the depth of Li Daocheng's cultivation, but their intuition told them that Li Daocheng was completely different from a few hours ago. Hu Linger's delicate body suddenly shook. Her eyes trembled violently, and her two small hands subconsciously clenched into fists. Li Daoyu, you have already broken through to the soul formation stage. Chapter 687. Li Daocheng glanced at Hu Ling, and didn't reply. He disappeared in a flash. In the next second, Li Daocheng appeared in the clouds above the island. Li Daocheng passed through the clouds and arrived outside Blackwood Planet. After recovering his cultivation, Li Daocheng wanted to look at this sealed cultivation planet from another angle. However, Li Daocheng couldn't fly any higher after passing through the clouds. The space around him was extremely viscous, as if he had entered a space filled with a transparent, gelatinous substance. Floating above the clouds, Li Daocheng looked around. There was only a gray sea of clouds around him. Li Daocheng didn't force his way through the transparent, gelatinous substance. It was obvious that it was the barrier that sealed Blackwood Planet. The massive Blackwood Planet was wrapped in it. Li Daocheng's divine will had completely recovered. It could cover hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but it still couldn't cover Blackwood Planet. Li Daochong quickly retracted his divine will. He floated above the clouds and slowly closed his eyes. It had been more than 2 months since he arrived here. The outside world had no idea what had happened to him. Li Daochong had been worried that Silver Bottle would think too much. At this time, he was trying to contact Cherry Blossom Gauze. It had been more than 2 months since Li Daochong was lost in the chaotic space. After Li Daochong returned to the Black Prison with the girls, there was no news of him. Of the 3 giants of the Black Prison, only the Thousand sect was left. The other 2 giants, the Demon Sect and Earl's House, were all wiped out. There were many people left, but their strength was limited. After a few days, they either scattered or were recruited by other sections. Although the Thousand sect's sect master, Qian Yueling, and the Divine Will Princess survived, the other core members were all dead. In addition, Qian Yueling and the Divine Will Princess were heavily injured. After returning to the sect, they quietly recuperated and withdrew the Thousand sect's forces. All the members of the Thousand sect were summoned back. They ignored everything that happened in the Black Prison. Thus, from a certain perspective, the Thousand Gate existed in name only. The whereabouts of old ancestor Tianfeng had also become a mystery. Cherry Blossom Gauze and the other girls weren't the only cultivators who escaped from the chaotic space that day. They were just the first ones to escape. Of the remaining tens of thousands of cultivators, more than half managed to escape, while a small number were torn apart by the spatial turbulence. According to the final ratio of casualties, the surviving cultivators that participated in the Heaven Peak Trade Fair this time were truly in a perilous situation. The total number of participants was more than 500,000, but less than 50,000 survived in the end, which was less than 1/10 of the participants. Old ancestor Tianfeng was severely injured by Ming Mo. After the space collapsed, no one noticed whether the only fusion stage Old Devil in the Black Prison had managed to escape. At first, many people thought that since old ancestor Tianfeng was a body integration stage cultivator, he should be able to escape even if he was heavily injured. But more than a month had passed, and there was still no news of Ancestor Heaven Peak. People began to believe that Ancestor Tianfeng had died. After Cherry Blossom Gauze and the other girls escaped, they didn't leave the Black Prison. Instead, they stayed in the Black Prison City until now. Yi Feiyue, Huang Jiran, and Goddess Hong Yang also traveled together. With Cherry Blossom Gauze, the girls' safety was naturally assured. Most of the masters in the Black Prison were killed by the fiendish python. There weren't many masters among the surviving cultivators. Those who could pose a threat to Cherry Blossom Gauze were at least peak void refining stage or even body integration stage cultivators. After waiting for more than 2 months, there was still no news of Li Daochong, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Cherry Blossom Gauze went to the place of the incident several times to look for clues, hoping to get a message from Li Daochong, but there was no result. The only thing she was sure of was that Li Daochong was not dead, because there was a soul imprisonment between them. If Cherry Blossom Gauze died, Li Daochong would be fine. But if Li Daochong died, Cherry Blossom Gauze would die immediately. More than 2 months was not a long time. With Silver Bottle's temperament, she must wait until Li Daochong came back. On this day, Cherry Blossom Gauze came to the place of the incident again, which had been sealed off by the 3 cultivation empires 2 months ago. Therefore, Cherry Blossom Gauze had to be careful every time she came. Fortunately, she was wearing the extreme magic robe specially made for her by Li Daochong. Coupled with Cherry Blossom Gauze's breath concealing technique, even a body integration stage cultivator might not be able to detect her. The 3 cultivation empires sent an investigation team to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the area. More than 2 months ago, this place was already in ruins. Under the influence of the dark space formation, the terrain within a radius of tens of kilometers had changed. Even Black Dungeon City was involved. Fortunately, Black Dungeon City had a defensive formation that resisted the distortion of space, so it did not suffer too much damage. But the area outside Black Dungeon City was different. It was a mess everywhere. But after the investigation team from the three cultivation empires arrived, they used the most advanced cultivation technology and spiritual machinery to transform this place into an experimental base in just a few days. It became a small town outside Black Dungeon City. Cherry Blossom gauze hid on a slope and stared at the various spiritual machinery vehicles that were busy excavating the ground below. This time, Goddess Hong Yang and Silver Bottle were beside her. Sister Ingsha, why are they excavating the ground? Shouldn't they be investigating the space? Silver Bottle asked with a blank face. Cherry Blossom Gauze did not understand the main point. She did not know much about human cultivators. Human cultivators' miraculous cultivation technology had always been the biggest headache for the Hades. Human cultivators were the only race in the spiritual realm universe that could resist the Hades invasion because of their cultivation technology. Other races did not develop into human cultivators except for cultivation and some simple cultivation technology. It was impossible to resist the Hades with just the experts in their race. Miss Silverbottle, I don't know either. Cherry Blossom Gauze shook her head. They're looking for the space node. The node that caused the space chaos should not be above ground, but underground, Goddess Hong Yang explained. As a special existence in the Shanghua Federation's cultivation army, Goddess Hong Yang naturally knew a lot of things that Cherry Blossom Gauze and Silver Bottle did not. The cultivators sent by the three cultivation empires are so powerful. Why do they need to use spiritual machinery vehicles to excavate? Can't they just use a magical power to excavate? Silver Bottle continued to ask. That will destroy the space node. The spiritual machinery vehicle excavates carefully and won't cause any damage, Goddess Hong Yang replied. Silver Bottle nodded in realization. Right, I'm so stupid. The three women crouched behind the slope and observed for a while. Silver Bottle's expression was lonely. There was still no news from the young master, which made her feel uneasy. Although Sister Ingsha was alive and kicking, which meant that the young master was not dead, it only proved that the young master was not dead. Had he been captured by the Hades? Or had his physical body been destroyed and only his primordial spirit remained? Or was he wandering in the space turbulence? She did not know. Either one was scarier than death. If that was the case, she might not be able to see the young master for the rest of her life. As Silver Bottle thought about it, her beautiful eyes could not help but become hazy. The young master had put himself in danger to save them. Otherwise, the young master could have easily escaped that day. Young master, if you really don't come back, I will find you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, Silver Bottle thought to herself. Daoist Luo, can you sense Li Daocheng's spiritual force? Goddess Hong Yang could not help but ask. Cherry Blossom Gauze shook her head regretfully. No, I can't sense his spiritual force. The only one who could sense Li Daocheng was Cherry Blossom Gauze, who had a spiritual connection with him. If she could not sense it, it would be useless even if a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator came personally. Sister Ingsha, we have been here for 3 hours. Let's stop here for today. Silver Bottle actually did not want to leave this place. She wanted to stay here, but this place was completely controlled by the three great cultivation empires. The longer she stayed, the higher the probability of being discovered. In fact, Cherry Blossom Gauze and Goddess Hong Yang would have left long ago if it were not for Silver Bottle. However, this little girl was the person Li Daocheng cared about the most. Anyone who had interacted with Li Daocheng knew how important Silver Bottle was to him. Therefore, if Silver Bottle did not leave, the two of them would not say anything. After all, one of them was Li Daocheng's sole slave, and the other had been saved twice by Li Daocheng. Facing the person Li Daocheng cared about the most, they had no choice but to respect her. Silver Bottle sighed and was about to turn and leave. At that moment, Cherry Blossom Gauze made a sound of doubt. Silver Bottle and Goddess Hong Yang suddenly looked at Cherry Blossom Gauze, not knowing what that sound meant. Cherry Blossom Gauze did not move. A whirlpool appeared in her beautiful eyes. Her expression was a little lax, as if she had entered a meditative state. This state lasted for more than 10 seconds before Cherry Blossom Gauze recovered. A look of surprise flashed across her beautiful face. Found it, Cherry Blossom Gauze said excitedly. Really? Silver Bottle felt like she was dreaming. She asked in disbelief. Goddess Hong Yang looked expectant. Cherry Blossom Gauze's face lit up with joy. She immediately replied, yes. Although it's only for a short time, Master told us not to stay in the Black Prison. We should return to the Blue Bay Star and wait for him. Silver Bottle and Goddess Hong Yang were stunned. The former did not understand. Why do we have to return to the Blue Bay Star? Cherry Blossom Gauze was stumped by the question. She shook her head and said, I'm not sure. Master said that he's sealed on a mysterious cultivation planet and can't come out for the time being. However, if he comes out, he won't appear in the Black Prison. He'll appear in the Blue Bay Star. Goddess Hong Yang and Silver Bottle were both confused. Sister Ingsha, are you sure you sensed young Master? Silver Bottle asked worriedly. I can't be wrong. Master and I have the deepest soul connection. There's no mistake, Cherry Blossom Gauze replied with certainty. Okay, then let's return to the Blue Bay Star. Silver Bottle was doubtful, but she still said with certainty. The three women returned to the Black Prison City and entered a skyscraper that was hundreds of stories high. This residence was provided to them by the Thousand Gate. They had been living here for more than 2 months. When Yi Feiyue and Huang Zhiran heard that Li Daochong was fine, they finally felt relieved. The women did not want to stay in the Black Prison for a long time. Cultivating here was slow and the atmosphere was chaotic. Sister Ingsha, let's return to the Blue Bay Star. What about this old man? Yi Feiyue glanced at the white-haired old man lying in the spirit liquid vat. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like he did not have long to live. Cherry Blossom Gauze looked at the spirit liquid vat in silence. This old man was none other than Patriarch Tianfeng, who was thought to be dead. Chapter 688. Old Ancestor Tianfeng was severely injured. That day when he escaped from the chaotic space, this old man had to use all his trump cards to barely escape. When Old Ancestor Tianfeng fell out of the chaotic space, he almost lost consciousness. Fortunately, he came out early and met Cherry Blossom Gauze and the other girls. If he were to encounter other cultivators, Old Ancestor Tianfeng's old life would definitely be handed over. He wouldn't be peeled off layer by layer like an onion and plunder everything he could from his body. In fact, when Old Ancestor Tianfeng fell out of the chaotic space, Cherry Blossom Gauze's first reaction was to devour him. A Unity Body cultivator's mortal soul was enough to allow Cherry Blossom Gauze's strength to take a huge leap. There was even a slight possibility that she could become a nether devil. However, Silver Bottle's actions made Cherry Blossom Gauze dispel this thought. This last was simply too kind. When she saw Old Ancestor Tianfeng appear, she immediately took out spiritual medicine to treat his injuries. Silver Bottle did not even hesitate to exhaust the spiritual qi in her body to treat Old Ancestor Tianfeng. Cherry Blossom Gauze and the other girls had no choice but to bring the dying Old Ancestor Tianfeng along. They even specially bought the best spiritual liquid for him to soak in. Old Ancestor Tianfeng's injuries were extremely severe. If it wasn't for the fact that Silver Bottle did not hesitate to feed him the 3-star spiritual medicine that Li Daochong gave her when he fell out of the chaotic space, Old Ancestor Tianfeng would not have been able to withstand it. Old Ancestor Tianfeng could not hold on at all. Subsequently, the spiritual qi that Silver Bottle learned from Li Daochong was also of great help. Otherwise, even if no one injured Old Ancestor Tianfeng, he would still die if he was left to fend for himself. Old Ancestor Tianfeng was also clear about this point. At this moment, Old Ancestor Tianfeng was still far from recovering from his injuries. However, his mind was already awake. When he heard the conversation between the girls, he felt a little nervous. In his current state, if he was left alone, he would still be in danger. During this period of time, Old Ancestor Tianfeng tried to treat his injuries. However, His primordial spirit was dispirited, and the spiritual chi in his body was severely depleted. He was unable to circulate his mental cultivation technique, and his aura was chaotic. Not only that, old ancestor Tian Feng's spiritual will was also extremely weak. Old ancestor Tian Feng did not know that he had been poisoned, and the symptoms were exactly the same as Li Daocheng. Li Daocheng's cultivation was inferior to old ancestor Tian Feng, but his foundation was much stronger than the latter. Therefore, even though Li Daocheng had been poisoned by the demonic poison, his cultivation base had only decreased, and he was still as lively as before. Old ancestor Tian Feng was different. He was barely able to suppress the demonic poison. His primordial spirit was completely sealed in his body, and his cultivation was almost zero. At this moment, Patriarch Tian Feng was in the body integration realm, but in reality, he was not even comparable to an ordinary healthy old man. Of course, this was only referring to his physical condition. As a body integration stage old devil, even though he couldn't use his spiritual chi, he still possessed combat prowess. Last, you guys can leave. You don't have to care about an old man like me. Old ancestor Tian Feng said weakly. However, as he spoke, his turbid old eyes looked pitifully at the silver bottle. After more than 2 months, ancestor Tian Feng basically had a rough judgment of the habits of the few girls. The old devil was very clear that whether he could survive or not depended on that last called the silver bottle. It could be said that the other girls didn't care about his life at all, especially that female cultivator who was addressed as Sister Ingsha by the silver bottle. Old ancestor Tian Feng's intuition told him that this woman was extremely dangerous. Even if he wasn't injured, he might not be able to do anything to this woman. It's not very convenient to bring him along. Moreover, he is a cultivator from the Black Prison. When we leave, we should prepare sufficient spiritual liquid and let him recuperate here. Goddess Hong Yang frowned slightly. Goddess Hong Yang hated the cultivators from the Black Prison from the bottom of her heart. These fellows were each more treacherous and shameless than the other. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. When old ancestor Tian Feng heard Goddess Hong Yang's words, his heart skipped a beat. If they really left him here, it would be equivalent to letting him die. Yi Feiyue and Huang Jiran were both young and had low cultivation bases. It wasn't their turn to speak. However, the two of them weren't too willing to bring old ancestor Tian Feng along. They felt that it was weird and they didn't know this old man. They had already done their utmost by saving him until now. After a moment of silence, "There's no time to lose. Let's do as Goddess Hong Yang said. We will immediately prepare and leave this place in an hour." Cherry Blossom Gauze saw that the silver bottle didn't say anything and immediately arranged. PFFF. Just as Cherry Blossom Gauze finished speaking, old ancestor Tian Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. The spiritual liquid in the spiritual liquid vat was instantly dyed red. He sighed and said, "Lasses, this old man thanks you for taking care of me these past few days. Go where you should go. However, this old man still has a presumptuous request. I hope that the few of you ladies can fulfill it." "Speak," Cherry Blossom Gauze said coldly. "I'm afraid that the injuries on this old man's body won't be healed. I hope that you can give this old man a quick death. This old man doesn't wish to be beaten to death by the few of you ladies." Cough, cough, cough. Old ancestor Tian Feng coughed violently as blood flowed out from his mouth. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Cherry Blossom Gauze couldn't ask for anything more. She had long pried into old ancestor Tian Feng's powerful human soul. Old ancestor Tian Feng's face stiffened as he was frightened to death. F*CK. "I'm going to make a move just because I said so?" Old ancestor Tian Feng said so much just for the sake of the silver bottle. He was acting pitiful, but this old man did the opposite, hoping to gain the silver bottle's sympathy. But for some reason, this usually docile, well-behaved, and kind-hearted little girl didn't say a word today. Cherry Blossom Gauze didn't have any compassion. She was going to make a move as soon as she said so. Her white, jade-like finger was about to slap the top of old ancestor Tianfeng's head. Her slender hand was beautiful, but one mustn't be fooled by its appearance. That seemingly harmless hand was enough to crush a Sky Xian-grade magic treasure into powder. Old ancestor Tianfeng was so frightened that he peed his pants. Sister Ingsha, don't. This old man is so pitiful. Bring him along. The silver bottle suddenly regained her senses. Cherry Blossom Gauze's white, jade-like hand stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from old ancestor Tianfeng's head. Cherry Blossom Gauze could ignore the words of others, but not the silver bottle. For some unknown reason, Cherry Blossom Gauze had a good impression of the silver bottle. Perhaps it was because Li Daochong had cast a soul imprisonment on her, causing Li Daochong's emotions to affect this Wuho who once shook the Rakshasa state. Old ancestor Tianfeng heaved a sigh of relief after escaping from death. He looked at the silver bottle with gratitude. Young lady, the silver bottle, old ancestor Tianfeng is a cultivator from the Black Prison. Most of the cultivators here committed crimes in the outside world and entered the Black Prison to escape the punishment of the cultivation method. They have a lot of enemies. If we bring him along, I'm afraid that something might happen. Goddess Hongyang tried to persuade the silver bottle. Sister Hongyang, this old man is so pitiful. Silver bottle is really worried about leaving him behind. Let's bring him along. When his injuries are slightly better, let him leave on his own. The silver bottle couldn't bear to leave. Goddess Hongyang still wanted to say something, but when she met the silver bottle's clear eyes, she finally gave up. She sighed in her heart and didn't say anything else. The girls made some preparations and prepared a floating wheelchair. They pushed old ancestor Tianfeng out of his residence. After leaving the Black Prison City, the girls flew into the sky. They left the downtown area and came to a place with no one around. Goddess Hongyang immediately took out the military-specific miniature flying space shuttle from her Nayu belt. The girls pushed old ancestor Tianfeng onto the flying space shuttle. Under the control of Goddess Hongyang, the flying space shuttle soared into the sky. Not long later, it disappeared into the sea of clouds. In the blink of an eye, it had left the Black Prison and flew towards the starry sky. The flying space shuttle's speed was extremely fast. However, in the vast starry sky, no matter how fast it would be swallowed by the vast space. Because there was no reference point, or perhaps the reference point was too far away. No matter how fast it wouldn't make much of a difference. The only reference point, the Black Prison, was constantly shrinking behind until it disappeared. The Black Prison region was unable to perform a teleportation jump. The flying space shuttle could only rely on flying to travel through the vast starry sky. Fortunately, Goddess Hongyang's miniature flying space shuttle had a large amount of spirit stones stored in it. It was enough to support the long journey. It would take at least a month to fly out of the Black Prison region. Blackwood Star. Li Daochong retracted his spiritual will. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Although his spiritual will had completely recovered, the connection with the cherry blossom gauze still took a huge toll on him. The connection only lasted for 10 seconds. However, Li Daochong had to use all his strength. However, at least he managed to spread the news that he was fine. Just as Li Daochong retracted his spiritual will, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked through the sea of clouds in the direction of the endless mountain range. In reality, Li Daochong didn't sense anything. It was just an indescribable intuition that made him feel that there was danger there. Following which, Li Daochong descended from the sky. He passed through the clouds and landed on the isolated island. Hu Ling and Yao Ling had yet to recover from their shock. A divine transformation stage, cultivator, was too unimaginable for them. In the spirit sea, there were very few Yuaniing cultivators, let alone divine transformation stage cultivators. They were almost extinct. Li Daochong stared into the distance and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm going to the Ghost Manor now. Are you coming with me, or going to the endless abyss to wait for Li Li?" Hu Ling didn't understand. Why does Li Dao want to go to the Ghost Manor? Li Daochong was silent for a moment. Then, he said calmly, "There are some things that Li Li wants to figure out. After that, we'll leave this place." Hu Ling was a little puzzled. She didn't know what he wanted to figure out in the ghost manor. Although she was puzzled, Hu Ling didn't think too much about it. She immediately said, "I'm willing to travel with Li Daoyu." Li Daochong didn't say much. He nodded slightly. With a move of his telekinesis, the Tsang ink flew out. The three of them stood on the Tsang ink and flew into the sky. Li Daochong's cultivation had completely recovered. His strength was one level higher than when he was in the Black Prison. In the eyes of Hu Ling, and Yao Ling, the speed of his flying saber was comparable to teleportation. Below the clouds in the sky, the Tsang ink flashed. After each flash, the next flash would be thousands of miles away. However, the Blackwood Star was still very vast for cultivators. Li Daochong flew for a day and a night before arriving at the Qingyang volcano without using the Thousand Sound Escape. If Hu Ling flew by herself, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to reach this place from the Spirit Sea. Revisiting this old place, Li Daochong was naturally familiar with it. Stepping on the Tsang ink, he shot into the mouth of the volcano as fast as lightning. In a short while, they arrived at the gates of hell. This time, they didn't have to wait too long. There were no ghost king guards. Xia Baoshan had already received Li Daochong's divine will and obediently opened the gates of hell. Li Daochong couldn't fly at a low altitude on the Yellow Springs Road. Similarly, it didn't take long for them to pass through and arrive at the River of Forgetfulness. This time, there weren't so many tricks. Speaking of which, after Li Daochong showed his ability that day, no one in the Ghost Manor dared to play tricks in front of Li Daochong. Xia Baoshan personally came to welcome them on the boat. When he saw Li Daochong, his face was full of flattery. He couldn't wait to kneel down and shout, "Long live Li Daochong," to express his sincerity. Mobile version update website. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.